Hello and welcome to Business Foundations. I will be your guide and your instructor, Alicia Salzberg. So what is Business Foundations? It's the basis of your business education. No matter your background, your experience, whether you have a lot or a little, there's something for you. So if you have a little, we'll be building piece by piece and cementing a platform for you to jump off and study other specializations. If you have a lot, we will be buttressing and confirming your central frameworks so you can use them to become a better decision maker. We're going to look at businesses together, and we're going to take them apart, piece by piece by piece. And then we're going to figure out how they work, and then we're going to put them back together, see how it all fits. So it's recommended that you'll be doing about one module per week, give or take. And you'll have about 3 to 4 hours of work in each of those modules. Now, at the end of each module and at the end of the course, I want you to ask yourself, do I see business differently? And it will be a resounding yes. You will no longer be able to look at businesses, to start a business, to work in a business, without seeing below the surface. You're going to see all the moving pieces, the drivers. So if you're ready for that, if you're ready for Business Foundations, let's begin. So we start this course with why. And it's appropriate we start with why, because you've already done an exercise on this. You've told me about a company, one that you identify with, one that you feel is resonant. So who did you pick? Tesla? Apple? Whole Foods? Maybe Muji for our international students? Taobao? Why did you pick them? That's where we start. And that underpins business. So the reason why it underpins business is that resonance, that feeling of shared kinship. That's what draws you to a company. That's why you're loyal. That's why you have certain brand affinity. That's how they build that equity with the customer. And all of that comes from why? A brand's ethos, a brand's reason for being. And there's a neat way to think about this. Simon Sinek came up with a bullseye. So Simon Sinek gives us 3 circles. And he thinks we start with a center circle, a why. And then each company has a how, and then a what. So what do we mean by this? That ethos, that reason for being, it lives in the center circle. Let's take 2 examples, and it'll be a bit clearer. So our first example, let's think of those of you that chose Tesla. So if you chose Tesla, you're probably sitting in your Tesla outside a farmer's market, drinking some single origin flat white from Starbucks, ready to go to your next activist meeting. Great, that's one example. That's Tesla's why. Now what about Hummer's why? Let's say person B has said they identify with Hummer. They identify with strength, with size. They're sitting in their Hummer, straddling 2 parking spots outside of a Walmart, waiting for their family to finish shopping and come outside. 2 distinct companies, 2 distinct whys. Now, if we drill down into both those companies, we can split them up into the 3 circles and see how Simon Sinek would unpack those feelings of identity. Tesla. Why? Elon Musk, their founder,
wants to make the world more beautiful. He wants to make the world more beautiful, both in terms of energy, how we consume it, how we view it, infrastructure, and design. That's the why. How they do that is just by building elegant, efficient, innovative products. And what? They happen to make electric cars and batteries shortly. So that's Tesla. And the reason why we feel that affinity and kinship, it isn't this product or service that lives on this outermost ring. That's just what the product or service is that they happen to make or do. Instead, you have to migrate all the way to the why to build that kinship with your customer. Hummer. Why? Strength, size, prowess. Those are all words that describe Hummer's why. How? They take Army goods, so it was originally an armored vehicle used in combat. They retrofit it, and then they sell it to you as a what? That civilian vehicle that was once used by the Army. The why, though, is what drew you there. That strength, that size, that prowess. So those are two examples of why. And now I want you to think about the company you chose. You probably chose that company because of this ring, because of this center, because of this ethos. And that's going to underpin our journey through this course. So our next video is going to look at how that why connects to a customer. So our next video looks at where we go from this value proposition, what we look to when we actually need to connect it with a customer. So what we know so far is we have a why, we have a how, and we have a what. We learned the why is the ethos, the how are the processes for delivery of that ethos, and the what is the product or service that actually gets into the hands of the consumer. Now I'm going to be a bit tricky here. Stay with me. We actually shouldn't have started there at all. And you're saying, wait, you told us that that's what underpins this whole course. I did. But I actually think we needed to start here. And you're saying, what? We need to start with drawing lessons? Nope. We needed to start with a customer. And yes, inspiration from my bangs. Our customer is where we start. What this model fails to take into account is the fact that this resonance, this kinship, it all comes from what the customer values. So we're going to have to introduce Alex Osterwalder here. He came up with the value proposition canvas. So what he said was we start in the headset of the customer. We start from the perspective of this customer. And we're going to break it up into 3 different sets of needs, or 3 different facets to consider. And we're going to explore each of these in more detail, so stay tuned. But to situate the whole thing for you so you've got it all in your head to start, the first part he said was we need to consider what the customer is hiring this product or service to do. What's the job? If I'm buying running shoes, is it so that I can get high performance endurance races out of the running shoes? Am I buying a pencil so that I can use it for sketching, or maybe I'm using it for engineering drawings? What's the job that I'm hiring this product or service to do? So it can be practical, it can be social, it can be emotional. We'll speak to each of those in the next video. The next piece is the pain. When the customer goes to do that job, what are the hassles that are either maybe monetary, that are maybe a time waste? What are the hassles they have to get around to do that job? And the last piece is the gain. So are they getting a social benefit? Are they getting a monetary benefit? Are they getting a practical benefit? All of these three combine into a value proposition. What is it that the good or service is delivering to the consumer? So what this does is it's saying, for each of these needs of the customer, what is the complement? What is the other piece that we have in the good or service? What is it doing to solve this job, to solve the pains, to provide those gains? And when you have that complete picture, that's where you can start with fit. How is it that we are meeting these customer needs? And I'm going to tell you a story about what happens when you don't get that fit, when you ignore that fit. So for Canadians, this is probably a little sore for us. Maybe it's a little soon to talk about, but BlackBerry. So with BlackBerry, what they did was they started here. They said, hey, let's start with the what. Let's come up with a product. I've got something great. People want to be able to use a smartphone, access their emails, stay in touch. They said, we have all this technology. Let's shove it into this form factor and give it to people. And then they said, all done here, let's move on. And then Apple came along. And Apple started here, but they also started here. They said, look, what job are you hiring this phone for? It's a lifestyle phone. It's so that you can interact with others, you can liaise, you can network. It's not just for an enterprise phone to check your email. They said, this is how you're gonna live through your phone. And they said, well, what are the pains right now? You can't really do that in these restrictive form factors. Let's put on a touch screen and it'll be intuitive, seamless. And you know what the gain is? It's actually an affordable luxury. So you get to emote, you get to project to others that you have the ability to afford these little luxuries. So they started here. Then BlackBerry looks at this and says, uh-oh, we gotta catch up. So they put together something they called the Storm. And believe it or not, it was a touch screen that clicked, clicked, clicked. So you had touch and tactile feedback. And it was clunky, it was awful. All they were doing was changing their what? They were just trying to change the features of their form factor, the practical use. They didn't start here. And you know what happened? Spoiler alert, we don't use BlackBerries anymore. They lost that fit. So this canvas is really important not only to understand, but it's also really important to apply. And we're going to look at each of these three pieces in our next videos. So welcome back to our value proposition canvas. This is the customer side. We know there's three pieces: the job they're hiring the product or service to do, the pains that they're avoiding when they're hiring that product or service, and the gains, the benefits they're getting. So we're going to start with job, this piece of our pie. And what we mean when we say job is practically, what do they need it to do? So function, performance. And then socially, what do they need it to do? What do they want to project to others about this product? What do they want to say about themselves by buying this product? So if we take running shoes, let's see if we can do this. And maybe some laces. We innately know the job that we're going to hire it for. It's to get from A to B. We need to run, we need to jog, we need cushioning, and shoes are a good way of doing that. So far, so good. Not a lot of revelations here. All right, let's move into that social space. Let's look at something that Kanye West did. Let's turn these into Yeezys. So, Kanye West, he had a collaboration with Adidas. And he came up with fashion sneakers. And his sneakers had new materials, they were very fashion forward, they looked like you were running in a shoe from space. Designed by Kanye West. They went for $220. Okay, so do you need a $220 shoe to get from A to B? No. You probably are actually a little cautious about having a running shoe designed by Kanye West if you're using it for function. So what purpose is it serving now? What job are you hiring it to do? You're hiring it to tell the world, one, that you can get these. They were scarce. You had to line up for days. And two, that you can afford the $220 price tag, that you're a sneakerhead, that you are immersed in hip-hop culture, that you understand the fashion value. So we have practical, we have social, but both of them are parts of the job that they're hiring the product or service to do. And what Kanye did that was beautiful here, he understood that they were hiring the Yeezys for this, for the fashion-forward status. So he said, what is that value? Where can I price that value? And he did that correctly. He figured out that people were willing to pay hundreds of dollars for his shoes. So job is the first place that we start. And those can be as simple as going from A to B, or in the case of the Yeezy, a little bit more complex, digging into themes of identity, digging into themes of social worth, and digging into themes of what you want to project to others. And if you're the one manufacturing that product or service, you better know the job that they're going to be hiring your product or service for. So the next part of our value proposition canvas is the pain. And what we mean by this piece is, what is it that we're trying to avoid when we do this job, when we hire that product or service? So a really interesting example is tea. So if you opened the cooler right now at the gas station, what do you see? I'm gonna let you picture this, because you've all done this before. You probably see a whole bunch of sodas, a whole bunch of colas, maybe some of them are brown, maybe some of them are orange, maybe some of them are purple, maybe some of them are pink. Then you see a whole bunch of waters, maybe some energy drinks. What are you hiring those for? You're hiring those to quench your thirst, you're hiring those for caffeine. You know what we saw here though was something was missing. There was a pain. You weren't able to get a lightly sweetened natural drink. And some of you are saying, hey, what about water? Well, some of us want a little flavor. We want a little more, but we don't want to go all the way into one of those pink, purple, or brown sodas. We want something that is naturally derived, that looks like it came from nature. We want something where we understand the ingredients. We want something like this. So we had Seth Goldman look at this market, and he said, there's this pain when you open this drink refrigerator. There is nothing that's lightly sweetened and natural. I'm gonna put together something with 3 ingredients: tea, a smidge of cane sugar, and honey. That's it. That's all you see. In fact, I'm gonna put the ingredients on the front So when you open that cooler, you see up front, this is recognizable. This is something that's good for me. This is something that I can be proud of drinking. This is something that eliminates that horrible feeling of, oh wait, I just drank 3 servings worth of sugar. So it solved social and emotional problems. It solved all the practical problems. All of that was solved with just one innovation, with bringing together something natural into a convenient form factor that you could use now, doing the job and avoiding all those pains that you had before in the refrigerator aisle. So now we've covered the job, thinking through as well now, well, how do you avoid the pains that might exist in doing that job? And next we move on to the gains. How do you actually realize for your customer those social, those emotional, those monetary, those practical performance gains in your product or service? So now we've covered off 2 pieces of our value proposition canvas. We've got our job, we've got our pain. Now we're going to move to the last piece. What are the monetary, what are the psychological gains? So what we mean by this is when they buy, when they consume your product or service, what do they get out of it? So let's go back to our honest tea example. And we told you that it was healthy, it was a lighter option than the colas that you traditionally had in a convenience form. What do they get out of it? Well, let's say you drank one of these instead of a Coke, instead of a Pepsi, instead of Orange Crush, whatever your favorite cola is, for a month, for a few months, for a year. You might notice you're going and you're trimming down. Apparently she also lost a leg. That won't happen. You just lose a little bit elsewhere. Let's say that happened. That loss, that trimming down, that's part of the benefit that they capture. So it can be benefits that are intended, but it's also these unintended benefits that accrue just as a feature or function of you using this product. The other piece might be, hey, I'm buying it in a Whole Foods, and I'm going to a checkout counter, and on the other side of that checkout counter is someone who can help me. And they look in my basket, and I've got this honest tea, I've got a nice magazine, I've got a couple free-range eggs, and they smile at me. And they find some sort of shared identity or some sort of wink, hey, I feel a kinship with your purchase. That piece of identity, maybe it's maybe it's not love at the checkout yet. Maybe a few checkouts later. That kinship, that social emotive benefit is also part of the gain. So far we've got the pieces which are unintended, some of the social gain, and of course, a gain with honest tea was it wasn't expensive. To switch from my soda into the tea, I didn't have to lose anything from my pocket. I could just go from one to the other in a seamless, frictionless transaction. So those are the types of gains that you can get from products. And when you combine all 3 of these aspects, you get a powerful look at the value proposition about what your product or service offers to your consumer. Module 2 is an introduction to the business model canvas. We'll call it the BMC. So we're going to talk through first what it is, why we use it, and an example. So what is it? We're going to go through 9 building blocks. And those building blocks set out how a company does business, how it creates, delivers, and captures value. So in addition to the value prop that we talked about and the customer we talked about, now we move into revenue and cost structure and key activities, key partners, channels, all the pieces that round out a business. So we'll go through each of those blocks one by one in the videos, but for now let's talk about the tool. So why do we use it? Well, the BMC, believe it or not, fits on one piece of paper. What do you think about that? What in business, what in life fits on one piece of paper? Not much. This was intentional. What we had before the BMC was a business plan, and that was hundreds upon hundreds of exhibits, and then there were pages and financials and pro formas. And what that was when a company decided they were gonna go into business, they put together a research exercise. And then they projected 5 years, 10 years into the future, this is how our business will run. And I swear this is the only time I will do this ever, but I'm gonna quote Mike Tyson. You know what they found out? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Okay, I'm done quoting Mike Tyson. You can now return to your regular programming. What they meant was, when they actually went to market, sometimes they found out maybe there wasn't a market, maybe it was the wrong market, maybe their financials were way off. But what had happened at that point? They'd invested time. They'd invested a lot of human resources. They'd invested capital. Maybe they'd already prototyped. All of this meant that they had sunk all of these funds and resources into now a defunct business, all before they even got off the ground. So our BMC comes to the rescue. Our one page of 9 building blocks is the response. That's why we use it, so that you can build what you think are the key, concentrated, distilled pieces of a business, and then you can test it, and then you can iterate, and then you can bring together your insights into a product that actually makes that fit, that connection we talked about in the first module. So what are these 9 pieces? I won't keep you waiting. Let's take a look. So our BMC has 9 blocks, and you've already seen 2 of them. What you've seen already is our value proposition in the middle. And this is the beating heart of the BMC. This is what the BMC is based on. You've already seen our customer segments over on the far right. And we're gonna introduce you to the other pieces that generate revenue. So that's gonna be our customer relationships, channels, and then they all sum to revenue on the bottom. So that's one side of the BMC. The other side, let's step over, that's gonna be our cost structure. So on the cost side, it's who you need to work with, our key partners, to get this delivered to the customer. Our key activities, what you actually need to do to manufacture, to just generally get it through those channels we talked about on the right side, and all of the aftermarket things to maintain your service, to help and troubleshoot, all of that lives in your key activities. We're also going to work through your key resources, what type of capital you need, what type of intellectual capital, what type of human capital, and all of that sums on this side into the key elements of your cost structure. And I'm going to finish with that example. So our BMC is a flexible tool. It just has these 9 blocks and it fits on one page. So what does this mean and why is it better than a business plan? I'm going to talk about Instagram. So with Instagram, the founder actually started it as bourbon. He wanted a way to connect drinkers. I know Virtuous changed the world. But what he wanted to do was take his college drinking buddies and have them exchange photos, check in at locations, and generally just build a community around bourbon. And then what he found out, no one was using it. They weren't using it for that, at least. They were using it for the pictures. They were sharing, captioning, commenting, liking all of the pictures. And what he was able to do was, when you look at it through the eyes of a BMC, he was able to tweak the value proposition and then just see how all the knock-on effects rippled out to the different blocks. He didn't have to go back to his 500-page document and go and redo the whole thing. And our BMC is that dynamic, living document that can actually change with the market and change with a company. Let's start with the first block in the BMC, our value proposition, the beating heart of our BMC, the reason why our company exists. So an example that we've been pretty comfortable with so far is Tesla. Let's start there. So their value proposition, we said, was to make the world a more beautiful place. But since you already know that, let's look at a more formal construction that you can use for any company. So the first part is going to be two. It's going to be who you're targeting. So for Tesla, it's going to be our target. Two reasonably affluent buyers who are environmentally aware and technologically capable. Are, and this is going to be your product, our Tesla electric car. This is going to describe what it does, or the category. So two reasonably affluent, environmentally aware, technologically capable people. Our Tesla electric car goes from A to B. So that just defines the car category. And here's where you differentiate. Here's where you say your points of difference. So yeah, we go from A to B, but we do that in a way that is going to be clean, beautiful, and innovative. So those are going to be your points of differentiation. What makes you different from this category of just going from A to B? So if we string that all together, it's going to be to your target, our product, and then you describe what it does, what is the category, and then describe what makes it different. And all of that combines to be your value proposition. So our next block is customer segments. Who are the value propositions connecting with? And customer segments wants you to take a pie. Think of the whole population as the start of that pie. And they want you to think of cutting up that pie into slices. Who are you going to target? Each of those slices is a bucket, a category. And each of those slices deserves its own value proposition. They respond to different value. So I want you to think of it this way. Think of the whole thing as, is this slice big enough to make money? Is it sustainable? And think of the edges of that pie. Are the pieces around the edges, what are the pieces that define this pie? Can we get enough definition around this category that we can meaningfully target them? Is there enough bringing them together that we have strong borders? So is it going to be rich enough to target? Is it defined? And you're going to do that with things like socio-demographics. How do people feel? What are their cultures, their norms, their behaviors, their attitudes? Demographic. These are things like gender. These are things like income.
These are things like where you live. Some people like to break that out, though, into geographics, where you live, where you work, where you play, where you socialize. Those are the main buckets for figuring out the edges of this pie. Can I get a defined category? So if we're going to keep with our example for Tesla, how would you fill this in? We gave you a couple of hints last time. Socio-demographics, they're going to care about the environment, they're going to care about technology, or at least they're not going to be phobic of technology. Demographics, we didn't need to tell you, but we gave you the hint. They're probably affluent. If you're spending hundreds of thousands on a car, you're probably affluent. They're coming out with the new 3 Series, but at this point in time, you have to be making a decent wage to get your Tesla. Geographics, they're actually selling into many markets worldwide, so they aren't as concerned with this bucket. But with these 2 buckets, they think they've defined a piece of the pie that, one, has strongly defined borders that make it meaningful to target, and 2, is going to provide a sustainable revenue base that's going to be large enough to take the company forward. So our next block that we'll look at is channels. It's how the customer receives the product or service. How do they actually get it into their hands? And you can think of this in 2 parts. You can think of it with sales and distribution. To make it a little bit more concrete, let's take a look at Tesla. So if we look at their sales, what you had previously with manufacturers like Ford, Chrysler, they had franchise models. So they had other people owning these lots and they would sell these cars on behalf of the manufacturer. What Tesla does is it owns the whole channel. It owns from the very start where it's manufacturing your car all the way through to these showrooms, which is actually distribution. So they tie through these sales into their distribution with showrooms. And what I mean by this is they don't have those sale lots. They have these kiosks, informational kiosks that look super slick and futuristic with computer monitors and models of the car, models of the engine, and you can go and look at these. You can't order them. You can't actually walk off these lots or showrooms with a car. You just get to know the car. And what they do is they have sales people, but they see them as educators. And they actually position them inside of these showrooms or showcases, and you order through Tesla. And then they make it once you've placed your order and you get it delivered. So they change distribution, they change the face of the channel. And that is one way that they are changing the face of their whole BMC. The next block that we're going to look at is customer relationships. It's how you get, how you keep, and how you grow your customer. Let's go back to our example with Tesla. So how they get their customer. It's a bit different. Most companies rely on PR, advertising, marketing, more traditional ways of getting the attention of the customer. Tesla, not so much. What they do is they rely on the customer. They become an evangelist. They love the brand, they engage with the brand, and then they turn around and they tell all their friends. And you know what else is wonderful with Teslas? They have such distinctive styling that when we are driving our Tesla down the block, heads turn. Advertising, free advertising. As between that and the evangelist customer, that's how they get customers. In their total scheme of budgeting, their marketing budget, their PR budget, it's actually quite small. How they keep customers is with service, with personal engagement.
So they'll have Tesla people follow up with you after your purchase. They'll find out how you're doing, they'll find out how you like the product, whether you might be interested in other products. The other neat piece here, though, is they keep your attention by being in the news. Elon Musk is always innovating, looking for new ways to further what we're doing in space, what we're doing with batteries. If you're looking at his gigafactory, Tesla is building an enormous factory. They've already sunk millions of dollars into this factory in the desert. And what they want to do is build a battery that will be in everyone's home. And that hits the news, and we, every time we see it, become more and more engaged with this company. They keep our attention. How they grow us is how they take these two pieces and turn it into repeat purchases or attract new customers into their base. And they do that by doing these two pieces so well, so perfectly, that without even knowing it, you become a lifetime customer. The next block we're going to look at is revenue streams. And this one is a summation of the blocks that we have above. What I mean by this is, we have a value proposition that hopefully is strong, that connects with a customer segment, which means that we have these relationships that are built to last. And all of that is going to be realized in revenue streams. So if we look at one model, let's look at Tesla. What's their revenue stream? This isn't that hard. It's exactly what you think it is. It's the one-time purchase of the car. So it's not that complex a model. But you guys live in a world where models of revenue are changing every second. Think of Spotify. What have they got? They've got a subscription model. So it's multiple times. So it's 12 times per year. They are getting recurring revenue. Think about freemium for those of you that game. Maybe you start this MMORPG with free reign. You can do anything, go anywhere. But if you want to level up, you got to start paying. So all of these different models, they're different ways that you make revenue. And this is what you think of when you think of the summation of, okay, have I been doing my value proposition right? Have I been hitting the right segment? Have I been keeping and growing those relationships such that I can translate it into one of these models to make revenue? So now we've moved on to the other side of the business model canvas, the cost side. And what we've got are 3 blocks that make up our main cost components. So let's start with key resources. If we look at key resources, what we're really talking about here is everything that it takes to put together your good or your service. And what we've got physical. So for Tesla, we have boron, we have lithium, everything that goes into the batteries, everything that actually makes up the physical car. We've got intellectual. And for this, they actually have patents, they have all sorts of intellectual property, but they're interesting. They don't hoard that. They actually put that out into the wild and they say, use our intellectual property, use these resources, you guys go and make your own cars. And it's brilliant. What they're actually doing with this key resource is they're saying, hey, go make your standards universal, but by the way, when you make your plugins, when you make your cars, it's all going to be the Tesla standard. By the way, when you use our innovations, it's going to build out this network of charging stations that makes sense for our cars. So physical, intellectual, and the last one that you really want to think about, financial. And what's that? Money. We all know what it is, but for Tesla, where they get it is most important. They go to market. They go to the stock market. They use this excitement that builds this fanaticism behind their brand, and they say, hey, you want to own a piece of it? Good, give us your money. And then they use that to fund their intellectual resources and their physical resources. So that can be think of together as everything that is going to make your product or service. If we move on to our next block, it's key activities, and it extends out of our key resources. They're inextricably linked. The key activities is everything you need to do to transform your raw materials and then get them through with the value chain into your customers' hands. So our key activities for Tesla, we heard one. We heard they innovate, they come up with all sorts of new intellectual property. For them, a key activity is going to be research and development, R&D. They're going to need to keep innovating to figure out how to stay ahead of the industry. Another key activity for them, that one's a neat one. Network effects. A key activity for them is to keep building up the excitement, keep building up all of the conversation, the public discourse around electric, to get it into a network effect where more companies start building electric cars, we start building more charging stations, we start building the infrastructure to support it, which means more people will in turn buy electric cars. And all of that is a key activity, this building of the network. So they're doing a lot of R&D, and they're building the infrastructure, which is going to support their product. The last one is partners. And this one is who you actually need to partner with to bring your product to market. So this is for them going to be their battery manufacturer. It's going to be some of their third-party assembly people. But it's also going to be government. And why do we care that this one is a key partner for them? We care because they live in a really special market where things like subsidies incentivize us to buy these Teslas at prices that maybe we couldn't afford normally. It also means that the government is going to look at regulations. Things like, hey, you want to put together a self-driving car, we're not going to stop you. They're going to put together regulations that allow you to go forward as a company. That's key for them. A key partner is the government. So with this combination, who they're working with, what they're doing, and these resources, physical, intellectual, financial, all of this is their cost side, everything that they need to do to get their product or service to the customer. So all those boxes that we just looked at, our key resources, our key activities, they all come together into cost structure. And what we are looking at in this box is what are the key drivers for our costs? Where are we spending all our money? So for Tesla, what was it? We already heard this one. No surprise here. They're spending a lot of money on coming up with new ideas, new innovations, R&D. But it's going to change depending on what business you're in. So I'll leave you guys to figure out cartons on your own. But think this through. For service industries, your biggest cost? It's always going to be payroll. You're going to have so many people manufacturing or putting together that service for you. You're an accounting firm, you're a law firm. Your people are the ones who are getting paid. They're the ones that you are actually spending the most money on. So the first step for you guys is going to be to figure out, is this a product? Is this a service? If so, service-driven, you're going to have payroll. If it's a product, think about the constituent parts. For Tesla, it's R&D. It's all of this future thinking, this innovation. For something as simple as a donut, that's up to you guys to find out. Certain parts of that donut are way more expensive than others. And this block is meant for you guys to go out and figure out what the top 3 drivers are and pop them in here. So in Module 2, we covered off BMCs. And BMCs are a wonderful way to visualize a business as it currently is. But in business, you want to situate more broadly. You want context. You want to know what's going on outside of the business. And this is called horizon scanning. So I want you for a minute to put on your sailor hat, figuratively or literally. If it's literally, we should be friends. That means you have a sailor hat while you're watching an online course. So it's on, and we are in the ocean. And what we have here is literally a horizon. And this module is going to be looking ahead towards swells, ahead towards weather patterns, anything where you might have to change your course, alter your course, anticipate where there might be hazards. And we're going to use PEST. So we're going to look at political, economic, social, and technological issues where there might be those swells or those weather patterns. The second tool we're going to look at is looking around for other ships, for other hazards in the form of competition. And this look at the industry is going to be with 5 forces. So you'll be looking elsewhere on the high seas. You're going to be looking for competitors and their size, whether they're small, whether they're large, what their intentions are, whether they're collaborative, whether they're not so collaborative. And we're going to look at each of those forces one by one in the next videos. We'll sum by looking at an entire industry. Then we'll move on to PEST. So now we're going to look at Porter's 5 forces. Porter's 5 forces came out in 1979. Now 79 was a long time ago. Think Walkman, think Atari. These were the companies that were dominating technology at the time. They've since fallen by the wayside, but we still have Porter's 5 forces. Now think about the enduring power, the flexibility, the applicability of this tool. It's used by companies all over the world, by consultants, to describe an industry. What are the industry dynamics? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? And it does that by looking at 5 forces. The first is buyer power. How many buyers are there? How concentrated are there? With the buyers, if they are concentrated, if there is just one buyer who dictates the whole terms of the industry, they would have a lot of power. The second one is supplier power. Who do you buy from? How easy is it to switch your supply? The third is the threat of new entrants. What are the barriers to entry? Are there government regulations that keep out competitors? Is there a lot of capital required to start up your business? The fourth is the threat of substitution. If I have a commodity product, rubber, how easy is it for someone else to go get rubber from another producer, exactly the same product, exactly the same price? Now these 4 combine into a 5th force, competitive rivalry. This looks at how those 4 forces above combine to make a concentrated industry, or maybe one where there's a lot of players. What does it mean to actually be in this industry, and how fierce is the competition? To bring this alive, we're going to look at an example. We're going to look at luxury handbags. Specifically, we're going to look at Hermes. For those that don't know, Hermes is a producer known all over the world for their high-end handbags. They make the Birkin bag. This bag takes days to make. You have artisan leather workers spending days sewing, buffing, painting, polishing these bags. And they go for thousands of dollars, all the way up to $150,000. What are the forces in this industry? Why is it that Hermes can sell a bag for $150,000? The first force we look at is buyer power. How powerful are the buyers in your industry? This will depend on factors like how many buyers are there? If there's one buyer that's buying all of your product, chances are they're pretty powerful. If you have disseminated buyers, it's less concentrated and less powerful. The other thing you want to look at is price sensitivity. If you up the price of your product even a little bit, is this going to lead to a mass exodus of customers? If so, they have a lot of power in your industry. So let's look at luxury handbags. What we've got in luxury handbags, the number of buyers. So we used to have a pretty great situation for the incumbents in the industry. In China, there was a large growing upper middle class, and that number was going up. And they wanted to signal wealth and status with conspicuous consumption of luxury handbags. But that growth has slowed. And we are seeing this drop substantially. The other thing we want to look at here is price sensitivity. So if we've got the number, the second factor is price. It used to be the case that brand equity got you everywhere. You could charge whatever you wanted. And we'll look at why Hermes can still do this. But for the category on the whole, what we've seen is price sensitivity. This has sadly gone up. So price sensitivity has gone up because of a couple factors. And we can look to Neiman Marcus, Barney's, and Macy's as to why. What they've done is they've started to discount all of their luxury goods, and people wait for these sales. So they're actually being trained to buy at a lower price to be more price sensitive. So with the combination of the slowing growth in our Chinese market and with the increased price sensitivity, what we have is medium. We've got medium buyer power for the luxury industry. The second force we're going to look at is supplier power. How powerful are the suppliers in the industry? Do they dictate the terms of your industry? So what this is going to depend on is how unique is their supply? How easy is it to secure supply from another supplier? In the luxury handbag industry, suppliers hold all the power. What we've got are very specialized artisanal tanneries, and they've been in family since the 1800s. And they're largely concentrated in Europe. So if you are Givenchy, if you are Louis Vuitton, you have to look to these small batch producers. So there's a finite supply, it's expensive, and you might not be able to secure everything you need. Supplier power is high. But if you're Hermes, what you did was you went to the south of France. You bought your own supplier. And now what you've got is vertical integration, and you've got 500 million square feet of calf leather every year. So in the industry as a whole for supplier power, what you've got is how unique it is. So let's get this pen going. How unique it is. If you have something like artisanal leather, you are a very well-positioned supplier. You're going to have a lot of power. So in the industry on the whole, it's probably high. But as we saw, if we dive into the industry and see Hermes, it's actually pretty low because you're vertically integrated and you make enough to supply yourself and probably others. The next force we look at is the threat of substitutes. How easy is it for your customer to go get your product or service and get it at a lower price, the same price? It does the same job, same function, same features, but from a competitor. So think about coffee. Coffee's a great example. If you go into a Tim Hortons in Canada, you might see a long line snaking right out the door. Do you wait in that line? I don't. I go across the street, I go to Starbucks, I get the same thing, same price, with not that much inconvenience. So that threat of substitution is high. When we look at luxury handbags, we see for the category, the threat of substitution is actually pretty low. In the category, you would think, hey, I can get a counterfeit. I can go to Canal Street, I can go on eBay, I can type in Louis Vuitton, get that bag for $200 when it retails for $1,200. But what research shows is, you actually know it's fake, and you are worried that other people will know it's fake. And that worry, that anxiety, it actually dissuades you from buying that counterfeit. So rather than have the counterfeit and risk others knowing that you can't afford the bag, you forego the purchase altogether. The other thing I want to think about here too is not just the category, but as between players. So you have a Coach, you have a Michael Kors. What you're seeing is they're starting to broaden out their price points. They're starting to make more substitutes, and they are appealing. Buyers are looking between the players for a substitute. So what we've got in this industry then, so threat of substitutes on the whole, on the category, well, you know it's a counterfeit. So on the whole, it's low because the strength of counterfeits, it just isn't making a dent. What you've also got though, with counterfeits low, you've got the players, and their strength of substitute is going up. So as between these two, you've got counterfeits and you've got players, and they sum to be about medium. The fourth force that we're going to look at is the threat of new entrants. How difficult is it for competitors to enter? What are the barriers to entry? The big ones that often come up are government regulation. So let's say you're in hospitality, you serve liquor. Getting that license is going to be a big barrier to entry. The one that we are concerned about are probably things like how much capital does it take to start this business? What do I need to actually break in? And this is an interesting one. With luxury handbags, we're actually talking about brand capital. The reason why we are spending $150,000 on that Hermes bag is because they have brand equity. Think of it this way. Advertising is a promise, and a brand, that's a promise kept. So all of that repeated enforcement of what that brand stands for, the quality of the brand, the elegance of the brand, the sophistication of the brand, that takes time. That's the investment here. That's the huge barrier to entry. to be able to command the prices that Hermes does, it needs that equity. And you can't just step in on day one and have that brand equity. So the threat of new entrants, what we're really talking about here, it's equity. It's looking at what is your brand equity? Have you built it? And once you've built it, it will deter others from entering. So with this threat of new entrants, because of this brand equity, what we have is, it's actually quite low. We've looked at the first 4 forces, and now they combine for a 5th force, for competitive rivalry. So what we have in our industry, to recap, we've got buyer power, and that's about a medium. So they're becoming more price sensitive, the population of buyers is shrinking. We're a medium buyer power. Supplier power, for the industry, it's high. It is hard to get enough artisan leather to make your bags. For the substitutes, medium. For the category on the whole, counterfeits isn't actually that big a threat. Your biggest threat is from within the category, as between players. Threat of new entrants, we thought it was pretty low. It's hard to get that brand equity. So combined, we now move into what is competitive rivalry in the whole. And we're gonna say for this one, let's see here. We're gonna say it's probably a medium to a high. And the reason we say that is when you look at the number of players in the industry, how fierce it is, what we have is we actually have few players and a lot of money still. There's a lot of money in the pie. So all of this combines to have an industry where there's about 10 players who control the majority of the market share, the majority of the revenue. And when you look at these dynamics, you can think of the opportunities in 2 ways. If you are in the industry, if you are Hermes, you think it's attractive and you want to stay there. You are able to mitigate these factors. We heard they have their own supplier. We heard their brand equity is among the top in the industry. So from within the industry, because of these small number of players and the large pie available, you're thinking it's attractive. If you're outside the industry, you do not want to enter. It is unattractive. These huge barriers to entry, the fact that suppliers have so much power, you do not want to be the new kid on the block in the luxury market. So we've done the first part of horizon scanning. We've looked ahead to the horizon to see what do we have with competitors. The second part is, what are we looking to for trends? How is our market changing? How are our consumers changing? How are our suppliers changing? All of this comes under PEST. And the acronym is a really simple way to remember the main forces that are going to shape that supplier, that consumer, and our industry considerations. So we're going to go through each one. What are the political trends that we have to be aware of in our market? So for our market, if we're still talking luxury handbags, we've got tariffs, we've got trade regulations. If there's one trend in our market that is going to stay true for the near future, it's the fact that we are truly international. And across borders, how much does it cost to bring our goods into the hands of our consumers? where you see a world moving towards more protectionist borders, where tariffs and trades are becoming the norm, that's going to affect our climate for sales. Economic factors. When we have a recession, when we had 2008, where the whole world witnessed the collapse of banking and the ripple effects that hit everyone from Wall Street to Main Street, what did that mean for the buying power of our consumers? What it actually meant was interesting. What we witnessed was a bit of an insulation. People would still spring for luxury goods, but they tended to cut out middle buying, so things like restaurants, things like affordable luxuries, and they tended to cut out the non-essentials, but preserved luxury goods. For them, it was one thing, one beacon in an otherwise gray or dismal, time, gray, and dismal economy. Social. One thing to look at here that you wouldn't have thought had affected our industry is terrorism. When there was an uptick, and when there will be, hopefully not, an uptick in terrorism, what you tend to see is people try to cut back on their luxury spending. They don't want to signal that they have opulent tastes, that they have luxurious tastes. They want to appear more common, more austere. So they will cut back on spending. Technological is our last one. So you would think this applies more to things like Silicon Valley, our Facebooks, our Twitters, and so on. But believe it or not, we actually have technological forces in the luxury handbag industry. Look to Stella McCartney. You're seeing vegan handbags. They feel like butter, they look like leather, but they are not made from animals. And that new technology is pushing the industry. And if you are late to respond, if you're our Hermes and you're still making leather bags, you may be missing out on a key trend. So when you look at the macro environment, you can break it down into political, economic, social, and technological factors to make sure that you're capitalizing on opportunities and adjusting course to potential risks.
So we can thank Clayton Christensen for giving us disruption. He first brought the term into our business imagination with the innovator's dilemma. And he comes up with 2 ways that markets can be disrupted. So his first one is new market disruption. The second one is low-end market disruption. And we're going to talk about both with examples. New market disruption is where you take non-consumers and you turn them into consumers. So think of the car. When it first was introduced to market, most consumers were using a horse and carriage. They were not able to purchase their car for lack of resources. They just couldn't afford one. But what we had was Ford. He came along with a factory process with automation, and he was able to mass produce cars. So the price dropped dramatically. And what we had at this point was access. All of those non-consumers who before had been barred from the market for lack of resources, all of a sudden could purchase their very own Model T. And what that meant was there was a whole new market. So Henry Ford, bringing in the factory production process,
That innovation changed the face of the market forever. That was disruption of a new market. So if we think about how this looks on a graph, new market disruption creates a whole new graph. It creates whole new products at whole new prices and whole new consumers. But the next one we look at, low-end market disruption, that's where this graph already exists. So on one side, we've got that price of the product. At the other side, we've got time. And what we've got here is sometimes there are markets with incumbents, and they have products and services that look something like this. So they have products and services where the price is going up over time because they're adding features. They're adding ever more bells and whistles, and people pay more for each bell and each whistle. We're going to look at Gillette and their evolution. We're going to look at hotels and Airbnb. But think about it. With Gillette, each time they added a razor, they got to charge a little more. Each time the hotel gave you free Wi-Fi, gave you free gym access, they got to charge a little more. Who did they ignore? They ignored everyone here. Everyone who would be okay with a slightly lower price, slightly fewer features, but they would be able to access the market here. So they don't need what Christensen would call sustaining or incremental innovation. What they need is a good enough product. And for those new entrants, the Dollar Shave Clubs, the Airbnbs, that's where we get low-end market disruption. So next we're going to look at an example of that. Gillette and the razor industry. Our first example of low-end market disruption is razor blades. Razor blades are big business, and at the top of the razor blade market, you've got Gillette. It's difficult to know how much Gillette is worth, but in 2012, when they were bought by Procter & Gamble, they were bought for $52 billion. So that gives you a feel for how big this market is. Let's apply Clayton Christensen's low-end market disruption to see how this worked. So remember, we had how much things cost along with features, and then we had time. So if we chart Gillette, let's chart their mock razor line. What they had was ever more features. So they added more razor blades, they added micro fins, they added, get this one, a 3D swivel ball hinge. All right, think about that. A 3D ball. Do we really need to say 3D? What's a 2D ball? A circle? Anyways, if you're willing to pay for that, that put you here. And finally, for their pièce de résistance, they added a vibrating handle. All of this, with a summation of 6 blades, meant you could get ever more features for more and more money. Come 2011, we saw disruption at the low end of the market. We met Dollar Shave Club. So by way of viral video, the founders just posted a video to YouTube. We got thousands of hits. We got hundreds of thousands of hits. And what they did was, right in here, they introduced cheap razors. For a subscription of $10 a month, you got a box of razors shipped to you. The features, they didn't have any. It was literally blades. And it was just enough. They gave you blades, they gave you a handle,
They gave you a low price. And what has that meant so far? With their viral video, with their subscriber base, they're now at $240 million in revenue every year. So you had an incumbent, Gillette, ever more features, ever more functions, growing price tag. And this underserved clientele down here, low-end market, that's where we had Dollar Shave Club come in and disrupt. We're going to look at another example of low-end market disruption. This one will be familiar for a lot of you. When we used to have the hotel industry, it looked something like this. You had incumbents. Think Fairmont, think Hilton. You had a lot of features available. So there was high quality, consistency of quality, and you had things like a concierge, bellhops, free Wi-Fi, gyms on site. Now they'll even give you running shoes if you forgot them. And cucumber-infused water at the gym. All of that meant for all of these features and functions, you were paying a lot more. And this was the case over time. Come 2008, you hit San Francisco and a conference. So San Francisco has a lot of conferences, and this one happened to be in the middle of conference season. The whole city was booked up. No one could find a booking anywhere. So 3 attendees of this conference decided, we live in San Francisco, let's rent out all of our spare rooms. So they did. And they had a little bit of web advertising, not much. And guests were with them every single night of the conference. What happened? The guests loved it. The hosts loved it. The guests were able to get an inside view of the city. What were the hot restaurants? What were the hot night spots? They were like a local. The hosts, they were able to extend their hospitality, meet new people, gather new stories, make a little coin. Fast forward, what do you have now? 2.2 million homes listed on the website. And guess how many cities? 34,000 cities. So where was this? In our model, this was the underserviced clientele, the underserviced customers who wanted a decent place to stay for a decent price, but who didn't need cucumber-infused water. They didn't need a pair of running shoes to borrow. Although if you had a nice host, maybe with the same size, who knows? They were okay with good enough at the right price. So this is how low-end disruption is happening in the hotel business. Before we go any further, let's take a moment to look at critiques of Clayton Christensen. And there are quite a few. They look at disruption and say, Clayton, what was your methodology? How robust was your process of looking at examples? How many samples did you look at to come up with this theory? And the biggest critique? It accuses him of cherry-picking the best cases to demonstrate disruption. They think there isn't enough rigor. They think academic standards weren't applied. But we're going to leave those critiques for a moment. We're actually going to look at another critique which expands generally to the word disruption. You can't read a newspaper article
listen to a podcast without hearing how an industry, how a product, how a service, how the weather is being disrupted. Examples? Giants like Coca-Cola are apparently disrupting with new flavors. Upcomers like SoulCycle, who've already now been established, are apparently disrupting exercise. But when we apply the rigor of our two types of disruption, low end or new market, these examples fail. Let's take Coke. When they come up with a new flavor, a new packaging, a new line, none of those are disruption. Are they reaching out to an underserviced clientele? No. There's no low-end disruption. Are they creating new markets? No. Some might even argue that they're cannibalizing their own market. So it doesn't look like disruption. SoulCycle. They've dimmed the lights and put up a disco ball inside of a spin studio. If that's disruption, then that is a definite stretch of the concepts we've been talking about. So what are they? They're doing well. It looks like they have a market. Does this mean that anytime we have incumbents, they're going to be knocked off by Clayton Christensen's theories? No. We actually just have to look to another theorist, Rita McGrath. And we're going to look to her for transient advantage, looking at how these companies actually carry a portfolio of products or services, and how when viewed together, this portfolio can explain how these companies stay on top. Let's look to Rita McGrath and transient advantage. We said this was a nice way to look at big companies with many products or services and to understand how they continue to thrive. So she has 5 stages that she says any product, any service goes through. And it looks like this. So at the front end, we have development. And with development, this is putting together the idea, coming up with the skeleton. We've got research and building, where we're bringing together all of the different people, all of the different resources around money, around time, around materials that we actually need to prototype and get this thing to market. We've got exploitation. And here's where you've realized your idea. You have a working model, you bring it to market, and now you're making profit. People are buying this in sufficient numbers and at a sufficient price that you are making money. And you can exploit for a long while until something happens. So this could be where maybe you are disrupted, maybe technology changes, maybe trends change and your consumers no longer want high fructose corn syrup drinks. Who knows? But it drops off. And now you've got reconfiguration. With reconfiguration, we have witnessed the end of exploitation and the changes in trends or the changes in technologies. Whatever it is that has meant a drop in demand, it means we have to change how our resources are being deployed, how they're being allocated. We can try and adjust to tweak our product or service, make it relevant again, make it resonant again. More likely than not, we're actually going to disengage, and this is our last step. So we will take those pieces that we talked about in reconfiguration and move them on to different products or projects or services, things we think have opportunity or potential. And with any company, what you want is many of these curves in your portfolio. So you've got one product going, you've got another service going, you've deployed a whole new launch, and they're all in different stages. So as one winds down, another one is being exploited. So you are hedging your own portfolio of products or services such that you are always going to have a buffer against new entrants, and you're going to have continued profit. A great example of this is Google, and we're going to look at them next. A perfect example of Rita McGrath's transient advantage strategy is Google, or its parent company, Alphabet. What Alphabet does is have a whole bunch of different products and services on the go. So they actually have divisions responsible for each type of their development. So they have Google Ventures, which try to invest in new upstart companies with the next big thing. We're going to look at Google X, and that houses moonshots. In moonshots, what they're trying to do is change the way we consume, change the way we live, change our perspective, change reality. What they have on the go in moonshots, things like self-driving cars, hot air balloons for Wi-Fi, smart contact lenses. This is Rita McGrath's different strategies to have. One in exploitation, one in disengagement, to balance their portfolio of products, to have one that hits while the others may or may not, while the others are disengaging. So just to name a few, they've got self-driving cars. So far, those cute Google vehicles, the ones that look like they're always smiling with the big headlights, they've got 1.3 million miles of autonomous driving under their belts. And with all that data, Google's a world leader in self-driving cars. They're looking at smart contact lenses that are going to measure your blood alcohol, your blood sugar, and they're solar powered. So you never have to put a battery near your eye, you never have to charge them. These are just two of the ways that Google is building out a portfolio that looks a lot like Rita McGrath's transient advantage. Accounting can be broken up into two major divisions. You've got financial accounting and managerial accounting. Financial accounting is more for external stakeholders. So think of financial for external. And I mean for external, things like banks, things like shareholders. These entities want to know the status, the health of your business. At any point in time, how are you performing? How much liquidity, cash do you have on hand to cover the expenses that are coming up? What's the state of your assets versus your liabilities? So you prepare that information in three financial statements we'll look at: the balance sheet, the income statement, the statement of cash flows. And all of that is presented in a uniform way to external stakeholders. The other kind, managerial accounting. This is for internal decision makers. So think managers. They put the managerial in accounting. Internal decisions for things like, do I want to expand a line? Do we want to go into a new country? These types of decisions require tailored and not uniform calculations. So think of things like a break-even. the most classic managerial accounting concept. How many of this product or service do I need to sell before I cover my own costs, before I start making money or break even? So this, you don't present to the public. This is for your own internal use to make decisions that make sense. And these two combined make up our field of accounting. We're going to explore this external facing field so that by the end of this module, we'll demystify the three major financial statements. In financial accounting, you've got three main financial statements. We're going to take a large or macro look at them first, and then we'll dive into each one in the later videos. So these are produced every year. They're called annual statements, and every quarter. Every year they're audited, so some third-party accounting firm signs off that this is the true state of affairs. And in the quarters, they're usually unaudited. So this is the company's best effort, but they don't go through this same type of rigor or depth to try and confirm the numbers with the independent third-party accounting firm. So the first one that you'll see, usually, is the balance statement. So the balance sheet, here, let's write out the whole thing so you can see it. The balance sheet looks at assets, liabilities, and shareholders' equity. So it will look at what you own, your assets, what you owe, your liabilities, and what's left over, how much your shareholders actually have in the business. The next one is your income statement. So your income statement looks at what's coming into the business. Usually in traditional businesses, this is revenue in the form of sales. What you're spending, and here's where it ties to the balance sheet. It's how you're consuming the assets. So if your asset is cash, you see it in your income statement as you're consuming that cash and expenses to pay out payroll, to pay out a marketing expense. So it takes that revenue less your expenses to show your net income. How much money is your company making? And the third one, our statement of cash flows. This is all about something called liquidity. When you're a company, you've got a lot of bills that are coming due. Maybe you have a loan from the bank, maybe you have supplies that you've bought from a supplier on credit, and you're gonna have to pay those bills. To do that, you need liquidity or available cash. And you may or may not have cash on hand to do it. And your statement of cash flows speaks to how much cash you have and when. So if you think of these as videos or snapshots, you actually see the balance sheet. It's your snapshot. So at your year end, if it's annual or at the end of each quarter, you get a picture of a company's assets and their liabilities at that point in time. These two are videos. So over a certain period, how much did you take in? How much did you spend? Over that same period, how much cash did you bring in and how much cash came out? So you can think of this one as a snapshot, these two as videos, and together all three tell the story of your business's financials. The first financial statement we look at is the balance sheet, and there's three parts: assets, liabilities, and shareholders' equity. Let's take each in turn. For assets, this is what the company owns and
what will provide future benefit to the company. So what do we mean by this? Let's take an example of a cat cafe. So you have patrons who come in and they pet stray cats, which are borrowed from a local shelter. So let's look at each of the items in that cafe and decide if they're an asset. What about the cats? Let's apply, does the company own them, number one? And are they going to provide a future benefit to the company, number two? So they fail at number one. The company does not own them. The cafe uses cats from a local shelter. So at no time do they actually own the asset. Let's say there's a chair on site. That would be an asset. They own it, and it provides future benefit. Patrons can sit on it. Now, what if we break that chair? What if the chair falls into 1,000,000 pieces and can't be fixed? Then we have to apply the test a bit more carefully. Yes, they own the 1,000,000 pieces of the chair, but is it going to provide future benefit? Absolutely not. They can't repair it, it's in 1,000,000,000 pieces, so now it is no longer an asset. So when you have a list of items that look like assets, you're going to want to apply the test. Do they own it? And is it going to provide a future benefit? So the next section that we have are liabilities. And if you think of assets as what you own and they provide future benefit, think of liabilities as the opposite. It's what you owe. So it could be things like a bank loan. It could be things like inventory that you bought on credit, where you're going to pay 30 days in the future, 60 days in the future, 90 days in the future, where you owe money to someone, usually under contract, and you're going to have to pay out eventually. You usually see these as accounts payable or bank loans for longer term liabilities. That's a good time to tell you about current and future. So we divide up assets and liabilities into two buckets. Current, which is usually 12 months or less. So let's say those 30, 60, 90-day supply agreements. Those would be current liabilities because you have to pay them off within the year. Assets, let's say something like cash, where it comes in really regularly within the year. That's going to be a current asset. Anything outside of the 12 months forward, all of that is going to be long-term. It's going to be future. And so you'll see that we divide up our balance sheet into current assets, long-term assets, current liabilities, and long-term liabilities. So now we've finished off 2/3 of the balance sheet and we're almost at the finish. So far we've got assets, which are hopefully going to be more than your liabilities, which means that you've got something left over. That part that's left over is usually called the residual, and that's shareholders' equity. That's what the owners have in the company. So each shareholder has a claim to what's left over, that residual. And what we've actually done is build the accounting equation. This is the basic accounting equation that underpins all of financial accounting. Assets minus liabilities equals your shareholders' equity. And you want this to be positive, but you will see in some cases that where liabilities outweigh assets, sometimes it's negative. And you'll see two little brackets around the number that shows you that, hey, this company is not doing so well at this point in time. So now we've covered off all three portions of our balance sheet: assets, liabilities, and shareholders' equity. So the second financial statement that we'll look at is the income statement. If you're in the United States, you might see this as the profit and loss statement. Or you might see it by a few other names, but so long as you recognize that it's revenue less expenses equals net income, we're all talking about the same thing. So let's look at each of those parts in turn. Revenue
is going to be simply what you take into the business. This will usually be synonymous with sales. So if I go back to our cat cafe for a moment, every time I sell coffee, that's revenue. Every time someone pays for a reservation to hang out with my cats, that is going to be revenue. When you have revenue from sales, that's usually what we hear as top line sales. So when they say, what's your top line? They're saying, hey, from your widgets, from your product or service that you're actually selling, what is the money that's coming in from that? You also, of course, have other ways that you can make money. So revenue could come from things like, I own the land where I do my business and I'm going to sell that land as a one-time revenue source. So that sale of an asset could be revenue. You might have investment income where I've parked my money into something that produces revenue. All of those are also collected up into revenue. But the most common way to think about revenue is sales. The next piece is expenses. And expenses is a little bit more complex. It's actually best thought of as taking an asset, consuming that asset to generate revenue. What do I mean by that? So let's say I want to market my cat cafe. I want to tell the world that I have the cutest cats and the best coffee. So I'm going to do an aggressive social media campaign. I'm going to do tons of buys in newspapers and maybe on TV. I have a lot of expenses. We call those selling expenses, things like administration, marketing. To be able to have money for that, I take my asset, which was cash, which we saw on the balance sheet, and then I'm consuming it. I'm eating it up little by little by little by little. And all of that is the expense now. It's the consumption of the asset towards the generation of revenue. And what I called selling expenses are the ones we think of most often, such as marketing or payroll. But you also have, of course, cost of goods sold. And that's all of the different materials and labor and so on that goes into actually making your product or service. And those combine such that revenues less expenses is going to be equal to your net income, how much you have left over. And remember now that this is a video. So our balance sheet was a snapshot. This is a video over a certain period. So usually every quarter or every year, over that period, it'll show you how much net income you have. After you minus out your expenses, how much money do you have left over? And our last financial statement is a statement of cash flows. This is going to look at the cash coming in and the cash going out. And it's going to look at whether you have enough cash or liquidity on hand to pay your bills. So it breaks it up into 3 different activities. The first one is operating. So how much cash is coming in from your sales? How much do you have to spend on day-to-day things like inventory? All of that is operating. Then you've got investment. So say you park it in one of those income generating funds, that's going to be cash coming in from investment. And the third one is financing. So when you are either going to market, you are issuing shares for equity, and then you're taking in money, or maybe you're buying shares of other companies, that inflow or outflow is going to be captured in financing. So it's going to be split up into those 3 activities. But what's more important with cash flows is I want you to understand it's not the same thing as profitability. It's very different in that this is going to dictate or determine whether or not your company survives. What do I mean by that? So let's say you work in Vancouver. You make $70,000 a year, which is about average here, and you have expenses of $40,000 a year. So you have Netflix, you have rent, you have a car loan. All of that adds up to a $40,000 annual outflow of cash. So on paper, so something like a balance sheet, or if you're looking at the other statements, you're going to look okay. You're going to have $70,000 less $40,000 in $30,000 is going to be left over. But what that doesn't show you is cash flow or liquidity. So let's say you get paid in bi-monthly installments. So you get paid every couple weeks. Now let's say you end up having a fender bender and it was your fault and they determine that you're going to have to pay out. Your insurance isn't going to cover the deductible and you get a huge, huge expense that you weren't anticipating. Now what? You had $70,000 divided up evenly, prorated into these payments, but now you're stuck with a huge expense that your paycheck doesn't cover. We would call that being illiquid, not having enough liquidity to cover your expenses as they become due. And this is actually an interesting point. There are some companies that look wonderful on the balance sheet. They have so many assets and they have very few liabilities, for instance, but their liquidity is so poor, they're so cash poor, that they can't finance their ongoing operations. Alternatively, you can also have a company that looks great on the balance sheet with great cash flow. It's a strategy to determine how much cash you want on hand. Some of you are thinking, great, let's bump up our liquidity astronomically and just have mountains of cash on hand. I'm going to pause right there. What's that cash doing? It's just sitting there. It's not generating other income. It's just providing you with security. So you might have actually done better if you'd invested some of it. So how much cash to keep on hand is a question of strategy around liquidity. And your cash flow statement is going to help you determine that.
In this last module, we'll talk about how all the different business functions fit together. So for instance, if you have accounting and HR, how can they work together to achieve your why? So let's say you had a community organization, so a community-facing organization with a purpose of helping society. So your accounting, for instance, might be more transparent. You might show your employees exactly how the company is doing, how their salaries break down, so that they feel a sense of ownership, equity, entitlement. And then you might look at HR. You might try and hire locally, try and empower people within the community with skills so that they can become employable with a different skill set, maybe with a skill set that's going to get them more money, maybe it's going to get them more diversity in terms of their options. You're going to tie together the different business functions to try and achieve your why. So this whole module is going to be about how we do that and how we do that strategically, more importantly. A really great example is Amazon. We're going to look at how on December 24th, 2016, so Christmas Eve, one woman in Redondo Beach, California, ordered a tile key finder. So imagine for me this little tile that you stick on a key, and then through Bluetooth, you can locate where your keys are. It just goes beep, 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 beep. So she ordered it online from Amazon, click, and 13 minutes later, she was unboxing it. You better believe that the business functions came together to enable this feat. So we're going to look at Amazon's business functions one by one as we explore the nature and the use of each business function. The first business function we're going to look at is operations. And you can think of it really simply. Operations describes everything that happens from taking a raw resource, so say labor or materials, and transforming it or adding value into the product or service. So think of it as cradle to grave. The process and the steps of your value chain of taking the inputs, adding the value, transforming it into your product or service, and then getting it into the hands of your consumer. And there's usually 4 different kinds of metrics. So the first one that you might think of
is time, how quickly we can get things to our consumer. Quality, how is it that we are manufacturing? Are we making a quality product in terms of performance? So performance looks at things like, how does it actually perform in the wild? How does it do the job you want it to do? So if I have a video camera, how good is it at capturing what I want to capture in what quality? But I'm also worried about conformance. So let's say I bought that video camera because it had a great ad, because I saw there was a snowboarder who was able to do this misty flip, and I saw that it captured every single detail in low light, wherever. And because of that advertised specs, I need conformance. I need what I buy to match those specs. So if we've got time and we've got quality, you also want to think about efficiency, which leads to cost. So the faster, the more efficient you can actually integrate all of those raw materials into your product or service and get it to people. Usually that means you have a lower cost base. You're able to do it for a lower price, and in turn, you can charge a lower price to your customers. So these tend to be the main metrics that we think of when we think of operations. How quickly can we work on delivery? What about our actual quality when we're manufacturing or producing? And efficiency. How quickly does it all come together when we're going through all of our different inputs and integrating them such that we can do it at a low cost? The beauty here is this ties beautifully into strategy. So let's say you're concentrating on getting it to someone really quick, but you also want to do it where you're really efficient. Your strategy might be a really quick delivery, so amazing logistics, and low-cost production. Versus, I am all about quality. We talked about Hermes previously. This would be Hermes. Quality. I want this to perform beautifully. Those artisanal stitches that were hand-stitched in for days on one of those bags are going to hold for a lifetime. To be able to do that, it's a necessary trade-off that it's going to take longer to get to my customer, and I'm probably not efficient. It's one person on one bag for days. So there's necessary trade-offs, which is going to inform a strategy. So what about Amazon? How did they get that 13-minute delivery to that woman? Well, they concentrate on, as you can imagine, time as one of their key components, and they also concentrate on efficiency and cost. So that woman who ordered used something called Amazon Now, where in big cities, Amazon has located their warehousing, so where they put all of those goods and have pickers go through, humans, pull them off the shelves, scan the barcode, and get them in a box to you. They put them strategically really close to metropolitan centers so that they can go and disperse it quickly, usually within an hour, to the customer. So with this emphasis, they are really innovating towards the strategy of being the best on time and being the best on efficiency. But they're going one step further. So our 13-minute orderee did it with Amazon Now. Guess what's coming? Amazon Air with drones. So what they're experimenting with right now is in the UK, they have drones delivering to largely rural areas with packages around 5 pounds or less, which they think makes up 80 to 90% of the packages that people order anyways. And they're taking it from your click with no human interference all the way into a drone delivery, so it gets packaged, it gets picked, it gets airlifted without human intervention, and then it gets dropped in what looks like a mini helicopter pad in the backyard of these UK orderees. And they just amble out to their backyard, and the guy who did the first beta test happened to get a snack in the mail, all without ever leaving his own house. in hours. So far, they're only using UK delivery, but where they're going with this is they're thinking of going into cities and they're gonna deliver to rooftop lockers, and then they're gonna have delivery people come in, take the packages from the locker, run it down the 100 or so feet to your door. So that's an example of how Amazon is using operations, specifically focusing on timing and efficiencies, to be a leader in their category. The next business function we'll look at is finance. This looks at how you raise money and how you use money. So let's look at how you raise money. Finance is in charge of bringing in money, and they usually do this through debt or equity. This is an oversimplification, but it's a good starting point for us. Debt, they'll go to a bank, they'll go to other lenders where they are loaned usually a large sum of money, and you pay back that principal and interest over time. For anyone who's got a mortgage or maybe a car loan, that's a kind of debt. So that's one way you bring in money. The other kind is equity. So equity, you're going to the market and you're selling off pieces of your company, ownership, in exchange for their cash. So you're giving up ownership, you're diluting the current ownership pool, and in return, you're getting cash. So finance looks at the strategy around this. It looks at, well, what mix of debt and equity do we need? Let's say we want to own everything. We don't want to give up one piece of our company. We're going to do it all through debt. In that case, we'd call you highly leveraged. It means, yeah, you've got a lot of cash now from all of these loans you've taken out, but your risk goes way up. What if you default? We talked about liquidity previously. What if you don't have enough cash on hand to pay off that loan? So that mix around, well, how much equity do we want? How much debt do we want? That's a finance decision. And making sure you have enough money to do what you want to do, all of that is finance. So how to raise money. How you use money. So we can look at two categories here: capital expenditures and operational expenditures. CapEx if you're fancy, and OpEx. CapEx, or capital expenditures, looks at things like, well, are we going to invest in a new plant? Are we going to invest in research and development, or R&D? Those things look at huge capital expenditures. What are we going to buy with a lot of our capital outlay? OpEx, what do we need to actually do our operations on a day-to-day basis? So if we're raising all of this equity, maybe we're now going to plow it into a new plant, new equipment. Those decisions are finance decisions. Let's go back to Amazon now and see how this ties to other business functions and how this fits to strategy overall. So when you actually look at the tech sector and you see Microsoft, you see Google, you see Alphabet, the parent company of Google, you see a lot of cash on the balance sheet. They actually hoard cash overseas. So they have a lot of cash just sitting there, and what they do with it is they take that cash out of those overseas mountains and they distribute it largely as dividends. So they give it back to their shareholders in little packages. They split it up into dividend for you, dividend for you, dividend for you. That's not the case with Amazon. Amazon keeps very little cash on its balance sheet. What it does is it plows it back into research and development, or R&D. So if we go back to our 13-minute delivery, the fact that they have Amazon Now and they're moving to Amazon Air, all of that is financed through huge raises of equity, and they take all of that money and they don't leave it sitting as cash on their balance sheet, and they plow it back into R&D to make sure that they're innovating, to make sure that, yes, we are the fastest, the cheapest way to get that good that you want. So that strategy, it's all about finance, and it marries to and fits with all of the other business functions which we're going to talk about. The next business function we look at is marketing. How you communicate with your customers, how you influence them, how you engage them. A really simple way to think of marketing is looking at the promotional mix. So you have things like PR, public relations, advertising, personal selling, and sales promotion. And these categories are not fixed. You hear them talk about different kinds of categories or a combination of these categories, but we're just going to use these four as the basic introductory ones. So PR, or public relations, is advertising that appears in channels that aren't yours. So let's say you get picked up by a news show, or let's say there's a community event and there's local bloggers who come. That could all be PR, public relations. So I'm not controlling the narrative, I'm just putting content out there that other providers pick up. For Amazon, they get tons of PR. They get news coverage, they get bloggers. And the reason why they generate so much buzz is because of that innovation. It's how they're using that R&D, all of that financing that we talked about, and pouring it into new products or acquisitions, like their acquisition, well, potential acquisition, it's not complete yet, of Whole Foods. All of that generates a lot of PR. It keeps the company ever present in the mind of the consumer. It's all around them. Advertising. This is more traditional marketing. So it's things like social media. It's things like if you're looking at print, so newspapers, magazines, or TV, all of the advertising that you pay for can get grouped here. And this, of course, is evolving. More and more we're seeing online social media as being the dominant forms of advertising, and Amazon is no slouch here. They use their own channels online, and they use social media of a lot of influencers to try and get into our heads and into our levels of engagement and buy-in. Personal selling is the next one. Amazon does this with customer service. So whenever you buy something or something goes wrong, you always have a chance to talk to someone at Amazon. And this used to be a bit of a failing for them, but they've really worked on it to make it a point of differentiation, to make it something unique that you might go back for. It's their form of advertising this personal sell to you. With brick and mortar stores, it's more often that you'll walk in and you'll see a salesperson. If you go into Lululemon, for instance, they don't actually call them salespeople, they call them educators, where they will actually give you information on the product, how you can use the product, how others have used the product, how it can enhance performance athletically, or maybe just when you sit on the couch, how it can wick away sweat while you're Netflix binging. All of that is around personal selling. It's building that relationship. Sales promotion is the last one. It's when you walk into an aisle in a grocery store and you see a coupon, or you go online and you see, hey, if I buy this as part of a subscription, they'll give me a price reduction. It's all the ways that they work with pricing to try and entice you to buy. So this marketing mix, this promotional mix, is a strategy of this function that ties and marries to all of the other functions. So with Amazon, what they do is they really work on advertising and PR to be ever present in the minds of their consumer, so that their consumer has feelings of loyalty, has feelings of usually warmth or some gratification when they think of Amazon. And one way that they did this was they created Amazon Theater. So Jeff Bezos, the founder, he wanted to form an authentic relationship with customers where he was giving them something of value without asking for anything back. So he went to the Ridley brothers, famous directors, and asked them to put together 5 different films. And they didn't advertise anything in the films. They had products placed in the films, and in the closing credits when they were rolling, you could see what was placed in the film and where to buy it. But it was original content that Jeff Bezos thought you might want to watch as a consumer. So where were they focusing when they did that? Advertising. It also got a lot of PR. A lot of news outlets picked it up as, hey, look at this strange and kind of great thing that Amazon's doing. And what that did was it really brought it to the forefront in consumers' minds, engendered loyalty, and fed into what they thought of as, hey, when I need something, my instant company that's going to come to mind is Amazon. It brought that salience and that immediacy to the forefront for these consumers. So with marketing, Amazon ties back to finance, ties back to accounting, and ties back to all the pieces that make it one of the best in its category. The next business function we look at is human resources. You'll often hear this paired with OB. OB, HR. So the OB is organizational behavior, and that looks at things like the structure of the organization, it looks at things like culture, the more macro norms that reside within an organization. HR, what we're going to talk more about in a second, that's more about your people, your human capital. It's everything from how you hire them, how you promote them, how you monitor them, how you let them go, the whole life cycle of your employee. All of that is HR. So HR looks at the practices that you implement, the policies that you implement to create the culture, to create all of these hopefully healthy environments that make your customers feel happy when they interact with your staff, that make your staff want to stay. All of that stems from your HR policies. How did Amazon do? In a recent New York Times article, we saw they got a scathing review from their employees, from anyone who used to work there, from current employees, and they were saying that it was a toxic environment. So when they came to work, on their very first day or within their first few weeks of training, they got this laminated card with 14 guidelines, best practices, and it encouraged things like butting heads, conflict, being focused to the exclusion of everything else on customers, which sounds okay in practice, but what it led to was a workplace devoid of humanity or of empathy, when people would leave work for things like a miscarriage or if they had cancer. Apparently, according to the article, we saw that for that time away, when they couldn't actually produce deliverables, they were penalized. So a lot of this started bubbling up into the media, and Amazon didn't look too great. Jeff Bezos argued, hey, I'm fact-driven, I'm data-driven. The best way to get people cheap things quickly is to have a workforce that is dedicated to the one goal of servicing the customer, nothing else. But even Jeff Bezos was not immune to the backlash that we started getting in media and from these employees. So what we saw here was a mismatch. This function, HR, was a bit of a letdown. It was our weakest link. When we looked at the other functions, we saw how great they are, how they all fed together. HR was not mapping onto the other functions, was not helping to build the why of the company, being the best, the most efficient, the largest, the most well-resourced company in this category. It was letting everyone down. So they're actually moving towards, and we'll see where this goes, but they're looking at things like a 30-hour work week. They're looking at things like being more flexible around when people need leave. Maybe if they have medical conditions, maybe if they need to take time off for personal time. So we're starting to see an alignment of this business function where we had a bit of a deficiency. The next business function we look at is Business Technology Management, or BTM. You might have heard it referred to as MIS, once upon a time, Management Information Systems. But now we call it BTM because it's so much more than just information systems. BTM supports every single function in the business. And if you do it well, it's a strategy in and of itself. So what does it do? If you think of Amazon for a minute, it becomes a little bit more clear. So things like on the marketing side, what does it do? Well, where those ads are placed, how they're placed technologically, all of that ad buying power, algorithms, all of that lives in BTM. Operations. So when you click through the user interface, that's BTM. Where in the warehouse, a picker uses their iPad with a description of the item and then where to find it and then how to place it on the conveyor belt after you scan it and then the thousands of chutes it goes through and then the final packaging and making its way to your door. Every single step of that is supported by BTM. So in 2016, in the summer, they had about 600 orders per second. Now think about that. How are you going to support that? The sheer scale of Amazon's BTM required them to have some of the largest databases in the world. So they use Linux databases, and they had 3 databases. So they had around 8 terabytes in one, around 25 in the other, around 28 in the other. And alone when we see these numbers, they don't mean very much. 8, 25, 28, what is that? Well, in order to pack all that power, that processing power, that BTM into all of these functions, it needed 8 terabytes. Let's take that. So 1 terabyte has about room to hold 2 million photos. So you take out your phone, you snap a photo, 2 million fits into 1 terabyte. Now we've got 8 of those. Oh, by the way, we also have a center with 25. We also have a center with 28. So as of 2005, this made them the largest Linux database in the world. And now we probably have an even larger database if we extrapolate further growth in sales. So BTM for Amazon, it's not only a strategy to put them further ahead, but it's a strategy that's necessary just to keep them where they are, to keep all of their other business functions supported. The next business function we look at is strategy. A lot of you are looking at me quizzically saying, what the heck? Strategy? I thought that all of this was strategy. Who wants non-strategic finance, non-strategic accounting? Who wants to have absolutely no plan behind what we're doing everything in chaos without design? Strategy is a little bit more focused than that. Strategy, according to Michael Watkins, if you read the linked article, it looks at 2 things. It looks at how you make decisions, and it looks at how you allocate resources. So these 2 parts come into a little bit better relief when we look at Amazon. So Amazon's overall strategy, their goal is to become the undisputed leader in online shopping. And that's hard. Traditionally, there's very little loyalty in online shopping. You go to one site, it's really easy to go to another site, compare, buy somewhere else. So Amazon, it has this goal, but its strategy is to get there through low prices, and the other part of its strategy is to get there through great customer service, to build loyalty, to make sure you keep coming back, that you won't switch to another marketplace, to another provider. So how does it do that? If we're looking at it now through a strategy lens, we're looking at, okay, let's look at the first part, these low prices. The strategists at Amazon are going to think, well, what's a new way to do this? How do we innovate to make sure that we have these low prices without compromising those other factors in operations that we talked about, quality? Well, what they do is they actually do things like make their own electronics. So they make an Amazon Echo, they make an Amazon Kindle, and with their Kindle, for instance, they'll actually sell it just above cost. So they're not making much money on it. But what that does for them is it gives them this really low price. They're vertically integrated. They have a lot of controls over quality. And you bet it engenders loyalty because stuffed into that Kindle is all sorts of Amazon content. You can buy books from the Amazon store. All of that is tied together into the Amazon universe. So low price is one piece of the strategy. The other piece, customer service. It's not just people on the phone when you have a problem. One thing that they've been able to do in this space is innovate. And the strategists are saying, okay, let's give these people a seamless experience. When they click on a product, they see related products that they might want to purchase, which actually makes sense. If I want to buy diapers for my toddler, I'm not going to see maybe a craft beer right next to it. My husband might, but I might not. I'm going to find things that are related. I might see wipes, I might see a bottle, things that make sense. They have technology that makes it really easy for me to get that customer service in that space without having to leave, without hassle. So they do that kind of thing, and they also make sure that they have different channels. So for people who have different preferences for how to receive customer service, they've got something for you. They've got email, they've got live agents, they've got these service recommendations, they've got all sorts of ways that keep you within the Amazon environment, making you more loyal, making you more likely to be a repeat customer. So all of that, the choice of how you achieve that goal, to be the undisputed king in your category, the choice to go low price but with great service, that's strategy. So now that we've explored all the different business functions, let's combine them to find out how our customer got that tile locator, which she stuck on her keys, in 13 minutes with Amazon Now. So let's start with marketing. What she did was pay attention, or at least not ignore, the fact that Amazon Now was getting a lot of public relations attention. So news, all sorts of different channels, be they traditional media or social media, were picking up the fact that Amazon had come up with a new service called Amazon Now, and in big city centers, you could get things really quickly from a warehouse located pretty close to you. So she knew this because she was one of the first to order when they took out the new service. So marketing was how she got brought into the fold. Why was that product or service able to get there so quickly? Amazon Now, Amazon Flex is their own proprietary courier system. All of these are innovations. All of these were funded by finance. All of these were carried out through operations. So when we had Amazon Flex, this is their little delivery truck. It's their own service, Amazon. All of that was done through all of their skills and expertise and processes in their value chain that they understood and invented themselves through operations. All right, well, who's doing it all? HR. You bet that they train their pickers in warehouses to get the most items they can done, i.e. picked off the shelves, scanned, and out the door as quickly as they can. And we heard that they were rigorous, to put it lightly, in how they motivated all of those employees. They would stop at nothing to make sure that it was getting to you within 13 minutes for this particular consumer. So HR, their hiring, their motivation, and their firing, it all was based around supporting all these other functions and getting you that 13-minute delivery. So we've got marketing, finance, operations, HR, accounting. How did they help? Accounting's a neat one because the reason why they're able to go to market and get equity and so on, they take it for granted that the health of the company, that its assets, its liabilities, its cash flows, all of that is going to be memorialized in a way that the external stakeholders are going to have trust in the company. They're going to know that what's represented is the true state of health of the company, so I feel comfortable putting my money into this company, and then the company in turn has that money to fund all of its functions. And underlying all of the above business functions, you have to remember, is business technology management. So it powers everything that we see. And finally, if we step back and go a million miles up, the reason why we're focused on delivery, on being timely, on being cheap, on being salient in her mind for loyalty, all of that is strategy. So remember, we focused on being quick and having that customer loyalty, customer service. Those are all things that we emphasized that are going to inform all of these other business functions. And when we have the business functions working in concert, working together, supporting each other, we have them all feeding into and supporting and growing and making successful the why that we talked about all the way back in Module 1.
In your career, communication skills are really important because you use them every single day. So think about how you communicate via email or with your colleagues or doing presentations. You don't have to work in communications in the future to be an effective communicator, but learning those skills now will definitely help you in the future no matter what industry you end up going into or what role you take on.
Really helping people understand each other is one of my jobs, and so I have to be an effective communicator, and I also have to help my clients communicate with each other effectively.
The reason you want to be improving your communication skills is that's the only way you have to actually communicate your own thoughts and your ideas to somebody else.
Human beings are social animals, and we only reach our potential together by communicating, by sharing our insights, our acquired knowledge, and our opinions. By communicating, we also test our opinions and hopefully change them from time to time. We become better together.
I think strengthening communication skills is really important because we are fundamentally social creatures, and the better we understand stories or narrative, the better we are able to communicate with one another.
So for me, why is it important to learn about communication? I think the answer is simply, it's going to help you in every aspect of your life. It's going to help improve your relationships, your parenting ability, and most importantly, well, I wouldn't say most importantly, because work's not as important as parenting. It's really going to help you in your profession, no matter what profession you're working in. If you're a doctor, a lawyer, if you're a coach working in the NHL or the NFL, being a better communicator and a better listener is going to help you do a better job of leading. And ultimately, communicating is something that the computers won't be able to do. It's one of those skills that won't be automated, that won't replace you as a human out there in the workforce. Sharpening your communication skills is something that's going to take you a long way in your professional career.
Leadership purpose. It's who you are and what makes you distinct. Here's a spoiler alert. I'll be asking you to think about your own leadership purpose soon. I like to start with this concept because to me, communication is about finding your own unique voice and style. It's not about trying to emulate someone else. So thinking about who you are and what makes you distinct puts you in the right mindset for developing your communication strategy. I also always share with my students what my leadership purpose is. It's important to know who you're learning from and their background and biases. It's also important as a communicator to build up your credibility, but I'll go over this concept later on in the course. My leadership purpose is to help people find their pink pumps. In order for you to really understand what that means, though, you need a bit of background. This is a picture of me being officially called to the bar. No, I'm not going drinking. It means I'm becoming a lawyer, and from the outside, it seems like everything is going really well for me. I'm a young professional, I have a good job. Basically, it seems like I'm setting myself up for success. But I didn't feel successful at all. I felt miserable. I didn't like the practice of law. I would cry every morning as I walked downtown toward my law firm. I'll tell you a bit more about this when we get to our unit on storytelling. I had just spent 3 years in school, plus another 4 doing an undergraduate degree, a year articling, and a bunch of money on becoming a lawyer. But I knew it wasn't the job for me. It was as instinctual as my dislike of pineapple. I knew something had to change. So one day I decided on a whim that I would apply to my dream school, Columbia's Graduate School of Journalism. And in my entrance essay, I wrote about my favorite pair of pink shoes. Shoes have always been really important to me. My grandfather owned shoe stores, and for me, they're a symbol of family and creativity and individuality. I explained that in my essay. And then I explained that there were rules of court that said I couldn't wear this pink pair, my favorite pair. I had chosen a profession that wouldn't let me express myself. Basically, I wrote about pink shoes to my dream school. And you know what? I got in. Someone on the admissions committee must have also liked pink pumps. I retired from the practice of law at the tender age of 26. I packed up my life and I flew to New York. There I spent the year studying reporting and writing, ultimately storytelling. Since then, I've worked in newsrooms in both New York and Vancouver, and I've taught communication. I've been a freelance writer, blogger, and even a very serious journalist. That was a slow news day. I used my background as both an advocate and a journalist in my approach to teaching communication. To me, it's a blend of logic, art, empathy, facts and figures, as well as people and places. And what I've found is the more I open up and speak honestly about my background, the more people come to me with their goals. That's how I found my leadership purpose, through my communication. And ultimately, it's become my goal to help my students figure out where their passions lie, what makes them unique, and how to articulate those qualities to others. Communication takes place in the mind of the listener, not the speaker. That's a quote by Peter Drucker. The Economist says he's the most important management thinker of the past century. If you're interested in him or his work, I've included some readings in this module. I'm hoping that Drucker's quote here alleviates some of the pressure you might be feeling as a communicator. It's not about you at all. It's about your audience and getting a message across to them in as clear and articulate a way as possible. That means that every choice you make when you're communicating is directly dependent on who you're speaking with or writing to. Focusing on your audience, not yourself, is the single easiest way to transform and strengthen your communication strategy. Let's work through an example to illustrate this. Say you've been hired by the yoga company Lululemon Apparel in the corporate communications department. It's your first day on the job, and your boss asks you to write a paragraph about a new line of pants that are coming into stores next month. You obviously really want to impress her, but you're getting a bit anxious about the assignment. What words will you choose? What tone will you take? What kind of information are you going to include? In order to answer these questions, you actually need to ask some of your own first. You need to find out who it is you're writing to. You also need to ask why you're writing and over what platform, but we'll cover these concepts, known as purpose and channel selection, in our next 2 videos. Are you writing to pre-existing customers? If so, you probably don't need to explain some of the more technical language used to describe products. Lululemon has some really specific jargon that they use for their products, words like Luxe Stream, Second Skin Fit, verbs like wick. Since this audience would already have product knowledge, you could compare this new line of pants with an older line or tell them the best way to use the product. Are they good for spin class, running, yoga? What about writing to the company's board of directors? They'll also have in-depth product knowledge, but they're not going to be as interested in a description of the pants. They want to know why the company is rolling out the product, what the risk may be, and what kind of profitability can be expected. Who they are as a group and their interests informs the content you select for these paragraphs. Are you writing to someone who has never shopped at Lululemon or done a yoga class? This person is going to be completely lost if you tell her that these pants are perfect for downward dog. What does that even mean? What type of background information do you need to give this person in order for him or her to understand how to use the pants? They'll need a lot more context than the previous two audiences that I just described. If you don't understand who your audience is, you're going to fail, even at a simple communication task like this one. So, how do you analyze an audience? And what if there's more than one group or they have competing interests? Let's go over this now. To start, you should always ask yourself the following questions at the outset of a communication task. Who is my primary audience? These are the people that you're directly targeting with your communication, and it's important to separate them out from this next group. Who is my secondary audience? These are people that also receive your communication, but indirectly. Is there someone carbon copied on the email you're sending? Does your boss's assistant sort through and organize her inbox? Or are there other people sitting in the audience of your keynote address at a conference? Who are the key influencers? In the TED Talk I asked you to watch for this module, Kevin Alaka explains why some YouTube videos go viral and others don't. He talks about that double rainbow video and says the reason it was so popular is because Jimmy Kimmel tweeted it out. So it's not going to be too often when Jimmy Kimmel is your direct audience, but you need to think about who the Kimmels are. Who are the people that have the power? Who are the decision makers? When you have a diverse audience or one with competing interests, catering your message to these key influencers is particularly relevant. What is their level of understanding? What type of words can you use to convey the information? What information does the audience already know, and what do you need to explain? Are they familiar with the industry? You need to assess the level of understanding when you select content and language. What is their probable reaction? Addressing a hostile audience is going to be very different than speaking to people who have already bought into your ideas. We'll talk about that later on, but for now, I want you to think how people are going to react. Other questions you should ask are, how big are they? What's their composition? Those are things like age, gender, occupation, background, education, socioeconomic position. What do they need to know? How do they access information? This last question we'll address in an upcoming lecture about channel selection. These are just the beginning. Part of what makes an effective communicator is thinking through what works for you. What do you need to know, depending on the why of what you're writing? So a question that I get from my students a lot is, these are good questions, but how do we get the answers to them? And sometimes it takes a little creativity. You'll notice that in this introductory module, I asked you for a bunch of personal questions about yourself. I'm using this information and reading through it to hopefully cater this course to who you are as a group. Often, keynote speakers at conferences will ask to be put in touch with some audience members to get a feel of who they'll be speaking to. Other times, you're going to be provided with in-depth market analysis of your target audience, or even asked to conduct your own. gone over the who of our communication. Let's talk about the why. Business writing and speaking are not acts of altruism. You're not writing a group of customers telling them about an upcoming sale because you want to help them. You're not pitching your business idea to an investor because you care about her finances. You're communicating with the goal of eliciting some sort of action or movement from your audience. This will directly benefit the business. What do I want my audience to do equals the purpose. The author in the Globe and Mail reading I asked you to do calls the purpose the goal of the communication. It's what you want to achieve by the act of speaking or writing. Let's go back to the example from our last lecture to illustrate this concept. You're writing a group of customers and describing a new line of yoga pants. It's always beneficial to outline the overall objective of the communication in one sentence. I will describe to customers the benefits and design differences of our spring pants line. But what's the actual purpose of this communication? It's not an act of charity. It's not solely to describe the benefits of the pants. You're taking the time and effort to reach out because ultimately you want this group to buy the product. The action here is shopping, my favorite. Now your boss asks you to help prepare the quarterly report for shareholders. Sometimes we communicate because we have to. As a public company, this would be legally necessary for Lululemon. Again, the objective. I will summarize the financial performance of Lululemon over the past 3 months. But why is the company taking the time to do this? Well, yes, it's legally necessary, so that's important. But why spend the time on this type of document? It's not just because you want to keep your shareholders informed. That's true. But what do you need here? You want to maintain your shareholders. If the results are good, you want positive publicity to attract new shareholders. If the results are bad, you're trying to avoid a sell-off. The purpose or action as a result of writing is getting them to hold on to or buy more shares. And here's an internal example. Your boss at Lululemon asks you to present to store managers about a new policy. I will explain to managers why the company is implementing a policy requiring all staff to ask whether or not a customer needs a bag instead of automatically placing purchases in one. What's the purpose? Informing the managers is part of it, but it's not all. Why are you informing them? It's because you need them to implement this change, and you also need them to require their staff to follow it. If you can walk away from this lecture with one core concept, let it be this. In the business world, we communicate with people because we want something. We are eliciting some form of action. Thinking about what that action or purpose is from the outset of your communication is imperative.
The last skill we need to go over in this module is channel selection. And all channel means is the platform or the medium that you're using to communicate your message. Let's start by reviewing some of the more common channels that we see in the business world. So we have reports, emails, calls, we have instant messages, we have text messages, tweets, blogs, PowerPoint presentations, pitches. This isn't a full list, so tweet me some of the ones that I'm missing using the course hashtag. So looking at this list here, how do we decide which one to choose? So channel selection, it depends on the other two aspects we've been talking about in this module, and that is our purpose, what we're trying to achieve, and our audience. Going back to the example that we've been using throughout this unit, we're working at Lululemon in the corporate communications department. We're communicating to different people about a new line of pants that are coming into stores. So let's go back to the example of communicating to a group of pre-existing customers. We've already talked about the purpose here, and that's to get them to buy the pants, to spend their money. We've already talked a bit about this audience. They're really active and sporty. They've bought into the culture of Lululemon already, and they're probably a little bit younger than the median age. So with these things in mind, what type of channel should we use to achieve our purpose here? And just looking at this list that we've generated, I would think a really good choice would be an email. That's because we probably already have their email information. We're probably already communicating with these people by email because they've bought things from us. This younger generation is always on their iPhones, always have their devices open, inboxes up and ready, so it would be a really good way to reach them quickly. If I'm looking for another source, secondary channel selection here, I would think about a blog post. If people are into this lifestyle, into the Lululemon culture of yoga and running, they may already be reading up on lifestyle blogs or checking Lululemon's corporate blog to see what's new and going on in the company. The last thing we need to think about is the benefits and the drawbacks of these different channels. It's not just about audience preference. Sometimes there are a benefit or a drawback that we need to be aware of. So, writing. Writing lets us get across information that's a lot more detailed and complex. This is because people have the luxury of being able to stop and read through a paragraph and reread it if they don't understand, or flip back and forth in a document. So if you have a really difficult message, sometimes writing is the best call. It also creates a permanent record. Sometimes it's really important to have this permanent record, and other times it's really important not to have a permanent record. So it's just something to think about here. It's also a lot more precise. With a piece of writing, we have the ability to go back and to edit it and to make it exactly how we want it, where you don't have that when you're speaking. Once a word is said, it's said. So let's look at presenting now. Presenting gives us immediate feedback. We know right away by looking at our audience's nonverbal cues whether they're buying into our message or whether they're completely bored and put off by it. So if that's something you need, then speaking to a group is probably your better call. It also gives us the information at the same time. Think about a big company announcement. If you email it out to all staff at the company, you can't control when they open up their inboxes. But if you hold a town hall, you can give them all the information at the same time. That creates a greater sense of community as well. If community building or interaction is a part of what you're trying to achieve, then usually presenting or speaking to a group is the right method for you. The last thing is there's no permanent record. So if it's necessary not to have a paper trail or a trace of having made this communication, then speaking is probably the way to go. This is changing though with the advent of the iPhones and how easy it is to record things. So that's not altogether true that there's no permanent record created when you present, but it is less of a chance. So sometimes it's a better call to pick up the phone and to communicate a really sensitive piece of information than it would be to create an email communicating that same thing. Now, the interesting thing here is that in the last few years, social media has been completely changing up this writing-presenting dichotomy. So look at something like a tweet. On its face, it seems like it falls into the writing camp. You have 140 characters to get out your message, so you have that ability to edit and to really think through what it is you're going to say. But as anyone who has ever controlled a corporate Twitter account knows, if you send out your tweet and the public doesn't like it or has a really strong reaction to it, you're going to get that immediate feedback piece. There's also the ability for it to go viral in a really negative way. Then we have something like a YouTube video. It seems to fall more into the presenting camp. Somebody is speaking. But because you can go back and edit it, you have the ability to be a little bit more precise. So it kind of falls between these two, writing and presenting. You can also use multiple channels to deliver the same message. In the end, there isn't a right and a wrong. It comes back to you using your analytical skills to think through your audience and your purpose to select the right channel for your message. In this module, we're going to review how to plan a message. It's a really important part of the communication process. But the good news is we're halfway there. A lot of planning talks about thinking about your audience, analyzing your purpose, and then selecting your channel. So we've already learned how to do these things. Right now, we're going to focus on content. What kind of content are you going to choose? This MOOC operates under the understanding that you either have expertise in the area that you're communicating or you've done your research beforehand, because we don't have time to go into proper research fundamentals. We're going to go back to a skill that we learned probably in elementary school, and that's brainstorming. Think about the first report you were ever asked to write. You probably spent time writing out your little facts on cue cards and then lining them up in different categories. We're going to do something that's not completely dissimilar from that. Brainstorming has huge benefits for your communication. Brian Garner is a really big business writing guru, and we depend on his articles in this course a lot, as well as other courses on communication. And he says that brainstorming at the beginning of your communication process, it helps your very best ideas come to you early on. And that's obviously pretty important because you don't want to be halfway through a report and then you get that aha moment. You'd like that to come near the beginning, and brainstorming is going to force this to happen. So he suggests brainstorming using an Excel spreadsheet. So you write down all of the different content that you want to include in Excel, and then you sort it from there. Other people still use that really old-fashioned way that you probably used in elementary school, and that's writing down the different content on cue cards and then rearranging them and arranging them. There's also some really excellent digital resources that emulate that cue card post-it note process. And in the Check for Understanding section, we're going to force you to try a few of them and see what that feels like. But it doesn't matter the process that you're using, the fundamentals are the same here. And that's that you're trying to generate ideas for your content. The second thing you're trying to do is you're looking at ideas critically. You're then thinking about how you can combine topics. You'll likely have a lot more ideas than room for content, so you want to start combining things at this point. And the last thing is you're distilling content. You only want to use your very best ideas. So after you brainstorm and think through all the different types of content, you're going to distill them. Let's use an example to illustrate how this would work and to practice a brainstorm together today. You're interning at Hootsuite. And for those of you who don't know what Hootsuite is, it's a social media tech company, and its product is a platform for your different types of social media channels. Your boss wants to capitalize on your expertise, you're a university student, and she asks you to write a report about all the different ways that universities use social media. So as always, we go back to our purpose and our audience. Our purpose here is to inform our boss about the different ways we use social media at university, and we're also trying to get her to integrate this into Hootsuite's strategies. So that's the action there. Our audience is a busy and sophisticated professional. She already has context and vocabulary in this area. And the platform we've been given, you've been asked to write a report. We'll work through the brainstorming process now. So let's think about some of the ways that we use social media at university. Selling books is the first thing my students suggest. Teachers communicate with students on social media sometimes. I tweet to my students often. To promote events within the university, as well as athletics. Sometimes we get weather updates or safety. If there's going to be an earthquake drill or a fire drill at a certain unit. Research, professors communicate their research via social media. We also sometimes see protests happening over social media. Job postings. This isn't a comprehensive list. Tweet me some of the ones that you think I'm missing using our course hashtag. But we're gonna look at this list. So we've started to generate the content that we need for the report. Then what we need to do is assess it and try and categorize it. So what different components can go together, can be combined together, and what would those categories look like? So one way I could look at it would be you could have student uses, staff, and faculty. So that could be a way to sort through and organize this information into categories. Another completely different one would be social, educational, and promotional. And a last one would be outside the university and inside the university. Once you have the categories, you want to start moving your content and sorting it into the correct ones. So here for student, we could move selling books to there. Staff could be to promote events, and faculty to communicate their research. All that's important is you understand a general process for brainstorming and you start working through one that works for you in particular. It's about selecting the appropriate content that you need to achieve your purpose. We've figured out the content we want to include in our speech or our document. Now we need to decide how we're going to arrange it. A strong organizational structure to your communication will mean it's easier for the audience to follow and interpret. It's also easier for you. There are some fundamental principles to understand before we make any decisions about what goes where. Let's review them now. We'll start with organizing oral remarks.
you need to think about what is logical for your audience. Remember, they don't have the luxury of flipping backward and forward throughout a document. So what do you need to explain first in order for them to understand the rest of your speech? It's also important to be a bit selfish here. Rely on your own intuition. What makes sense for you? You're the person who needs to remember what part of the speech comes next, so think about what's natural. Outlining the agenda of your remarks is helpful to your audience. Previewing the message and the order of delivery is going to help them follow along. Transitions are also important. Think about how the different parts of your speech relate and connect. Signal to your audience when you are moving to a different section. That's called signposting. Now, let's move on to the fundamentals of organizing your writing. Your audience here is busy. They are not going to read the entirety of your document from front to back like it's Pride and Prejudice. You need to remember this, and it should inform all your organizational decisions. We're writing for people who are going to skim and scan the document. So you need to make it easy for them to do this. How do you do that? You start by grouping related information together in the same section. Use a table of contents so people can look up the chunk of information they're interested in. Label sections with descriptive headings and subheadings. This way, when someone's scanning a document looking for something specific, they'll know where to look for it. Other visual elements can help too. An index, bullet points, graphics, these all increase the readability of your writing. The last thing to keep in mind is to put the objective of why you're writing near the top. This isn't Ulysses. We don't want our readers left wondering why you're taking up their time. Tell them up front. The readings do a nice job of going over some of the more common types of organizational structures for both speaking and writing. But there are a few not mentioned that I want to cover. An inverted pyramid is a structure specific to press releases. The theory here is that you lead with the most important information first, and if that's all someone reads, they'd still understand what was going on. The rest of the document could literally be chopped away. This is also called most important to least important, but when it's being used not with a press release. A lot of business emails are written in this way. The author starts out with the most relevant information first. The 5 W's and 1 H is one that you might have actually heard of in high school. A lot of journalism is organized in this style. It covers the who, what, when, where, why, and the how, in no particular order. The last and maybe the most important one I want to talk about is institutional structure. Most organizations have their own templates and internal style guides for organizing documents. When you start working somewhere new, you need to ask around. If you're writing for a superior, find out how they specifically like information organized. Not every document you create or speech you're going to give is going to follow one of these patterns exactly. Some won't conform, and others might employ 2 or 3. A report can be both chronological and topical. Now that we've gone over these basic organizational principles, I'd like you to start analyzing the content you consume and deciphering how it's organized. Being aware of a communicator's choice about structure is going to help you become more proficient at making your own organizational decisions. Communicating causes anxiety for many students and professionals. Today, I'll focus on public speaking because it's where the anxiety is most evident. But many of the tips can be applied to writing too. I asked you to fill out the assessment tool called the Personal Report of Public Speaking Anxiety. I find it useful for taking stock of where we fall on the spectrum of public speaking nerves. Your results might surprise you, but what will probably surprise you more is looking at the results in context. Virginia Richmond and James McCroskey are the authors of this tool. They report that only 5% of people come in at a low level of anxiety. Another 5% at a moderately low level of anxiety. Everyone else has a moderate level of anxiety when they public speak, at the very least. 40% of people say they experience anxiety at the highest level. What does this mean for us? Almost everyone is scared when they stand in front of a crowd. There's a misconception out there that to be a strong public speaker, it needs to come naturally to you. I hope that this assessment tool dispels that myth. But in case it doesn't, let's see what Hillary Clinton has to say. I'm not Barack Obama. I'm not Bill Clinton. Both of them carry themselves with a naturalness that is very appealing to audiences. But I'm married to one and I've worked for the other, so I know how hard they work at being natural. It's not something they just dial in. They work and they practice what they're going to say. It's not that they're trying to be somebody else, but it's hard work to present yourself in the best possible way. That's from an interview she did on the popular blog Humans of New York. I've posted the link below. Do you agree with what she's saying? Let me know on Twitter using the course hashtag. I personally love this. I think it counters the idea of naturalness and public speaking. It tells us that public speaking is a skill, just like reading or writing. We have to work hard to be good at it. In Module 3, we'll discuss how to practice and deliver your remarks well. So yes, practice is one way we can ease our anxieties, but what are others? In the TED Talk I asked you to watch, the folk singer Joe Cowan talks about how he dealt with his stage fright, particularly the physiological symptoms he'd experience. Breaking down Joe's successful process for overcoming his anxiety is instructive to how we can approach our own fears. First of all, he self-assessed. He discovered what component of public speaking he was scared of. In this case, he's scared of the spotlight. McCaskey, that same researcher who developed the survey we did, says there are 5 main sources of communication apprehension: fear of others, fear of failure, fear of the unknown, fear of breaking the rules, and fear of the spotlight. So step 1 is to label the source of your anxiety. Step 2 is to figure out how to deal with it. For Joe, his symptoms were physiological and directly hindering his performance. This isn't always the case. Sometimes your symptoms are physiological, but they don't interfere with your speech. Something like a rapidly beating heart. In this instance, positive self-talk, like repeating the mantra, "No one knows how I am feeling right now," can help. So can deep breathing. Other times, your symptoms aren't physiological at all. Maybe you have a fear of failure and you keep forgetting what you're going to say. The week before your speech, you wake up in the middle of the night and worry. Tactics like visualizing your success or meditation can be helpful in this scenario. Joe was really creative in his approach. He built the symptoms directly into his performance, which gave him confidence from the beginning. It also warmed up the audience and created an inviting atmosphere and energy for him to feed from. Practice is the #1 way of coming off natural and polished, as Hillary Clinton pointed out. And we'll be exploring that soon. But here are some other ways to deal with your public speaking fears. Write about them in a journal. Focus on your purpose and what you're trying to accomplish in your speech. Check out the environment where you'll be presenting beforehand. Get to know people in the audience. Laura Vanderkam talks about doing this in the article, The Introvert at the Podium. When possible, try to get the audience to interact, get some natural energy flowing. Think through problems ahead of time and how you're going to deal with them. And as I already mentioned, deep breathing, visualization, and meditation are helpful. As always, this isn't a comprehensive list. Let me know what I'm missing using the course hashtag. Isn't that a fun clip? I love Zac Efron's quote at the end there. That's so smart. Anyone who knows anything about hedge funds would think otherwise. Anna's character is just spewing out jargon words she associates with finance. The result is pretty hilarious. But you know what's just as funny? When we try to use the same tactic in our writing and our speaking. Communication isn't about sounding smart. It's about getting a message across to your audience and eliciting action, like we discussed in Module 1. If your audience doesn't understand what you're saying, you've failed, point blank. In 1946, George Orwell wrote an essay about the importance of simple, plain prose, and I asked you to read it in the introduction section to this module. Sadly, a lot of what Orwell said in the 1940s still applies to our language today. It's especially unfortunate because he starts by saying the English language is in a bad way. I find the essay useful when thinking about selecting language that's accessible to my audience. Let's review some of his top hints. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. Here, he's talking about avoiding the use of cliches. Never use a long word where a short one will do. If it is possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. I think this is the single best writing tip anyone can give you. Often, ruthlessly cutting words happens in the editing process. Never use the passive where you can use the active. He's talking about verb tenses. Often we learn to use the passive and hide the subject of the sentence. This happens in our academic writing too. But in business, we want the subject of the sentence to be performing the action. This makes it active and instantly brings us into the sentence. There's more information on this in the additional reading. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. If Anna's character had listened to Orwell in that clip, her explanation of working at a fake hedge fund would have been a lot different. It also probably wouldn't have been as funny. So let's be happy she didn't. One of the questions I get from students most often is, how do I become more concise? There isn't one formula. This isn't accounting or finance, but there are a few tips you can use. Delete padding. The fact is, it's my opinion, it is interesting that, all unnecessary. Delete prepositions. Instead of saying point of view, say viewpoint. Replace words ending in ION with a verb. Change performed the interrogation to interrogated. It's also imperative to replace jargon. This doesn't mean you can't use technical or specific language, but you need to be aware of your audience and their frame of reference. To end, I want to share a quote from the seminal text on writing style. It's called The Elements of Style by William Strunk Jr. and E.B. White. There's a link to where you can buy it in the optional reading. A sentence should contain no unnecessary words, a paragraph no unnecessary sentences, for the same reason that a drawing should have no unnecessary lines and a machine no unnecessary parts. Thanks for the excellent reflections and discussion about Emma Watson and her speech at the UN. These are some of the techniques you pointed out and a few others to focus on when you're public speaking. Volume. It's obviously pretty important that your audience can actually hear you. In Emma's speech, she's using a microphone. You may or may not be, so check out your environment beforehand. Take ownership of your space. Ask your audience in the back if they can hear you. If you're like me, try not to yell. Expression and eye contact. Look at Emma's eyes as she delivers her remarks. She clearly cares about her topic, and her face reflects this. She smiles, she furrows her brows. She's using a script, but she isn't looking down at the page. She's making eye contact with members of her audience and she's emotionally connecting to them. Enunciation. Enunciating means getting out all sounds in the word. You need to move your mouth a lot in order to effectively do this. Sometimes it's useful to over-dramatize at the beginning and then take it down a notch. Tongue twisters before you give your speech can also help warm up your mouth. Think about why enunciating is particularly important for Emma's audience. Tweet me the answer using the course hashtag. Tone. There is nothing more boring to listen to than a speaker who doesn't change their tone. Varying your tone adds drama and intrigue to your speech. It guides your audience along and it gives them indicators. When should they laugh, be reflective, sad? It keeps us interested in what you're saying. Speed. Emma speaks slowly. She gives the audience time to let the message sink in and resonate. Speed is a big one to watch out for when we're nervous. We automatically speed up, which makes sense. We want the whole process to be over with as quickly as possible. But if this is something you're guilty of, be aware of it and slow down. Breath. Breathing's an overlooked aspect of public speaking, but a strong breath from your diaphragm supports your voice. It makes it sound stronger, not airy or shallow. It's also really calming to you because you're getting more oxygen inside. I have some tips on how to breathe from your diaphragm in the optional reading, but let's all practice one big diaphragmatic breath. Your diaphragm is a muscle and it separates your thoracic cavity from your abdominal cavity. Try to breathe from it and not from your lungs when you take a deep breath right now. Good. Controlling the environment. You'll notice that Emma stopped when people laughed or clapped. She didn't plow through her presentation. She read her audience. Remember, you're the person in control. If someone is speaking while you are, tell them to be quiet. You can move around the podium or open and close a window if there are noises coming in. Take charge of the situation and make it work for you and your audience. Managerial presence. This last technique is the most ambiguous. There's a lot written on managerial presence, and I've included some links to good articles in the optional reading. But what it means in a nutshell is that Emma didn't try to emulate someone she isn't. She wasn't trying to stand there at the UN pretending to be a world leader. She alluded to her film career, and she used her own brand of humor and self-deprecation to give the speech in her own signature voice. He who fails to please in his salutation and address is at once rejected and never obtains an opportunity of showing his latest excellences or essential qualities. Samuel Johnson. You've got to capture your audience's attention from the very beginning of your speech. That's the essence of this quote, and it's what I'm going to cover in this lecture. There are three main goals of an oral introduction. Focus. People are going to be fidgeting and talking to each other. You need to get their attention and help them focus on your agenda. Connect. You're speaking instead of writing because you want that human connection. This is the moment where it starts. Your introduction sets the emotional tone of the speech. Is it going to be funny or sad? Your audience wants to know. It's also the moment where you can start putting yourself in the presentation. Preview the message. We talked about this a bit when we discussed organization. Your audience naturally wants to know what it is they're about to listen to. If you give them an agenda and preview the main takeaways, they'll follow along easier. So, how do you accomplish these goals? There are many different ways, and you're probably getting sick of hearing this from me by now, but It's dependent on purpose and your audience. We're going to cover a few of these tactics now, and we'll also look at specific examples in the Check for Understanding section. Ask a question. If you do this, give people the time to respond and to actually think about it. Quote someone. Be sure to know the context of the quote and its original source material. Interesting statistic. Don't tell the audience you're going to give them an interesting statistic. Go straight into it. Personal link. Explain why this particular topic is meaningful to you. What's your connection to it? Refer to the place or occasion. Why have you been asked to speak? Is it at a conference, board meeting? Is the occasion of importance? Refer to it. Describe a scene. Use the senses to put your audience into a specific place or time. Use a prop. Refer to the past and future. Steve Jobs did this a lot in his talks, and Nancy Duarte mentions it in the TED Talk I had asked you to watch. What was and what could be. I'd like you to watch the TED Talk right now by Rick Elias and think about what he's doing to introduce his speech. Sometimes our task as communicators is really fun. We get to deliver positive news. Who doesn't love offering an excellent candidate a job or telling a valued customer about a sale? But we still have to think through our messaging. It's exciting, but there are goals to a positive message. First, and this sounds a little bit silly, but you actually need to communicate all the necessary information and answer questions. Before you say duh, it happens more than you'd think. There are many job offers out there in the world that don't tell the candidate how much they're going to make or when they need to start. The next step is to provide detail, just enough. What about this job candidate impressed you? Why are these items going on sale? You don't need to devote too much space to detail, but it will increase the sincerity of your message. Lastly, you have to leave a good impression. Communication reflects you and where you work. There's a low bar here when you're delivering good news. Most of the time, the recipient is going to be really happy to get your message. But you still need to think about coming across professionally. This means no airs and a clear purpose. I suggest a straightforward approach to communicating positive news. Start with the main idea. Go into necessary detail and background information, and then end politely with any action items. If there is a little bit of bad news in here, try to sandwich it between the more positive aspects of the communication. In the optional reading section, I've included a memo written by Apple CEO Tim Cook to his employees. It's an example of a good news that's well delivered. Moving on to negative communications. I'm not going to lie, these aren't as fun or as easy, but it's really important to learn how to ethically deliver unfavorable information. I hope the pre-reading by Tom Roberts illustrated why this is so important. These are the main goals for delivering a negative message. First, you have to clearly and articulately convey the bad news. I'm dating myself a little bit here, but there's a really funny clip from Friends where Chandler is supposed to fire an employee. Instead, he asks her out because he can't handle the pressure of firing her. That's not what we want to do. The most ethical thing with bad news is to get the information out. And don't overpromise in an attempt to make the situation better. It never does. Try to gain acceptance. It's not going to happen every time, but sometimes context for the decision can be really helpful. Give an explanation, but don't go into unnecessary detail. Then you need to focus on maintaining goodwill and a positive image for the organization whenever possible. Communications are reflective of the company. Is there a way to still have a good relationship with this person? How this can be accomplished, it's dependent on the situation, but demonstrate that you've taken concerns seriously. Positive language and a respectful tone will get you far. And staying focused on your audience. Remember, it's about audience-centered communications. It's going to make them feel heard and respected. The last goal is to reduce or eliminate the need for future communication on this matter. This comes from anticipating questions or pushback that you might get. For instance, every time I'm rejected from something, and it happens a lot, I always ask for feedback. If you don't want to give people feedback, tell them up front. I've included a link to an email written by Tesla founder Elon Musk. It's an example of a negative communication that's well delivered. Let me know what you think of it using the course hashtag.
Let's look at the differences between informing an audience and persuading an audience when we're presenting to them. So the goals for informing an audience is we're trying to teach them. We're instructing them about a concept. So if we were giving an informative presentation about Excel, we'd be teaching them how to use it. In a persuasive presentation, we are trying to change attitude, belief, or action. That's a lot harder. If we're giving a persuasive presentation on Excel, the same topic, we're trying to convince these people that they need to be using it in their work. When we inform, we're giving. Some kind of skill set or information, we're giving it to the audience. When we're persuading, we're getting something from them. We're getting them to do something that we want them to do. Informing is telling. Simple, straightforward telling. Persuading is selling. It's a lot harder. More things to do when we try and sell people as opposed to plainly tell them. In informative presentations, we have elements of persuasion. We might be informing them and teaching them how to use Excel because we want them to use it. We want them to start implementing it in their work. But our main goal, we always go back to what our objective is. Our main goal is to teach or instruct them, and that's where we're spending most of our time. So that would be an informative presentation. When it comes to persuading, there can also be elements of informing. So if we're trying to convince people that they need to use Excel in their workday, we might have to spend a little bit of time explaining to them the context, what Excel is, some basics on how to use it, or resources to get that information. But again, we're going back to our objective, and that's to convince or to persuade them to use it. So let's work through an example to put informing versus persuading in context. Your boss wants you to present to your colleagues about new sustainability initiatives at your workplace. That's a really broad topic, and you have to narrow it down in order to effectively present on it. So if you're taking an informative view of that topic, your objective could sound something like this. I will teach my colleagues how they can sort through their personal trash into recycling and plastics and paper and compost. You can see how there'd be some elements of persuasion in that topic there, You're spending time teaching them about these different composts or these different recycling bins because you'd like them to use it. You want them to buy into the green initiatives. But the majority of the presentation is going to be spent teaching them, instructing them, clarifying uses. So on its face, and it's an informative presentation. If we're going to take the same topic and present on it persuasively, our objective would change. It would sound like this. I will convince my colleagues that they have to use the different recycling receptors like plastics, compost, paper to sort through their personal trash every day. Again, you can see how there's some information involved there. If people have never worked at a green workplace, they might need some information about what those different bins mean and how they would go about doing it. But the majority of the presentation time is going to be spent convincing them, trying to get them to change their attitudes or their beliefs. Persuasion's a lot harder. It's a bigger ask. Getting someone to change something about themselves or take some type of action takes more work. And I've given you some really excellent resources. We have some videos as well as some articles about different ways that you can approach persuasion. Unfortunately, it goes outside the realm of this MOOC to go into them in too much detail, but I do really implore you to read up on the different ways that we can persuade our audiences.
Persuasive writing has the same goals as persuasive speaking. You're trying to change someone's attitudes, beliefs, or actions. You're convincing them to do something. It's not easy. This type of writing is usually longer and more detailed. That makes sense. The audience might be resistant to the change. They'll need more context. Lots of times when we're writing to people persuasively, we're not the only ones. Think about cover letters or requests for sponsorship. It's a slim chance that you'll be the only job applicant or the only nonprofit hitting a company up for cash. So how do you make your persuasive writing stand out? You need to establish your own credibility to start with. You can't persuade anyone if they don't know who you are and why you're the right person for this topic. For some people, it's innate. No one is going to question Elon Musk's ability to innovate. But for the rest of us, those who haven't founded Tesla, we might need to spend some time establishing our credibility up front. Demonstrating expertise. It helps you do this. Provide examples and context. Do your research to show your audience that you're not coming in cold. You're up on the industry or company. I still remember my worst job interview ever. It was the summer between my second and third years of undergrad, and I was interviewing to be an ambassador at the Vancouver Port Authority. I had a really bad flu, but before the interview, instead of canceling, I went in cold. One of the first questions they asked me was what I knew about the Vancouver Port Authority. Pretty easy. Let's just say that verbal diarrhea about boats coming out of my mouth didn't land me the job. Don't do this in your persuasive writing. Demonstrate to your audience you have expertise in the area. Show enthusiasm and positivity. Use language that's passionate. If you're not excited about this idea, you can't expect anyone else to be. Support with facts and name your sources. You need to use credible evidence. No fake news here. Try to be objective. Show your audience that you've considered other sides of the issue. Find common ground. How can what you're asking for benefit the person or company you're writing? Are there similar visions, shared passions? Emphasize these. Remember, it's about audience-focused communications. Don't make it about asking someone for something. Instead, show how you can benefit them. We use an acronym to remember the objectives of persuasive writing. Are there any opera fans out there? It's AIDA. That stands for attention, interest, desire, action. It was discussed in one of your pre-readings, but let's quickly review each component. Attention. You need to capture your audience's attention at the very beginning. Creativity is useful here. Be brief and engaging. This is where you can start emphasizing common ground. Interest. Outline why the message is relevant to your audience. Continue on with themes you introduced in the beginning. Provide more details and examples. Desire. Be direct here. Tell your readers how they're going to benefit. Think about what kinds of questions they'll have and try to answer these. Point out some of the common objections. Try to counter them with your own evidence. Action. Make action easy. Be really specific about what you need. What are the next steps? Stress positives of the decision.
Now we're going to talk about my very favorite topic, and that's storytelling. I do a really fun activity in class, and I'm going to ask you all to do this same activity. I get students to think about their favorite childhood stories, the ones that really resonated with them, the ones they remember. Then I get them to map out their stories, and we spend a lot of time talking about all of these different stories we were told as children. The neat part about this activity is that I have students from all around the world, kind of like this audience. At Sauder, we have a really diverse student body, which is amazing. So I get students from Pakistan, from Peru, India, China. And no matter where that student was in the world, we find out when we share all of these stories that they've all been told to us in the same way. That's pretty powerful stuff. And if we can use that same story structure to tell our stories in business, it's going to help us connect with our audience. So let's go over what the structure is now. This is the general shape of a story. We have tension. And we can see that our tension rises as the story goes on. And on the bottom here, we have duration, or the time it takes to tell this story. We start with an intro. This is the moment where we meet our main characters and where we're told what type of scene we're in, the place, the time, the era. We get to understand the context of our story. Shortly after the introduction, we have a complication that's introduced. And the complication is when we find out what the main problem is for our main character. So some type of problem is presented for this character. We move then on to the middle of the story. And those usually in this middle portion, we see a series of events and conflicts for both our main character and for any sub-characters. So it doesn't always look like straight upwards rising tension. Sometimes it looks a little bit like this. So it flows and falls and ebbs and falls. But everything leads up to our climax. Our climax is the moment when the main character resolves this main problem that was introduced in the complication. Then we see a resolution. Where little conflicts and problems are resolved. And it leads us to a coda. The coda is optional.
You don't always have to have one, but a coda is a moral. It's the reason why we're being told this story. If you think of Disney stories, they all have really strong codas or morals to them, and they all fall into this classic story structure perfectly. But what I'm going to challenge you to do is to think about how other stories fit this same structure. I asked you to read 2 essays by Mandy Len Catrone, and I want you to think how she manipulated and used the story structure to get out her stories. If we can tap into this, if we can tell our stories in this way, it's going to resonate with our audiences. Before you launch into a Shakespearean monologue during a board meeting, it's important to think about stories and when they're appropriate in business situations and when they're not. I've found them particularly useful for engaging customers with content marketing, pitching ideas, and selling yourself and your skills during interviews or to investors. Can you think of some times when they shouldn't be used? Tweet them to me using the course hashtag. The readings for this section talk about how company founders in particular tap into storytelling to sell products. Think about how Elizabeth Holmes used storytelling in a company to promote a product that didn't even quite exist. She became a billionaire almost solely on the power of her story. Not that I'm advocating fraud. But what if you don't have a particularly interesting story of your own to tell? It doesn't always matter. The lovely thing about stories is that they're all around us. Let's review some of the places where we can look. Magazines, newspaper articles, broadcast news, these are all excellent sources. Many reporters tackle serious issues through the lens of a person who is dealing with something related to it. They're appealing to our empathy by giving facts and figures, faces and names. Books, plays, paintings, many of the arts focus on storytelling. Court documents are an unusual and often overlooked source of story. Many marginalized people whose stories are undertold end up in the court system. Their trials are often the only time they've had an audience and are able to talk about their lives. MOOCs. For those who haven't taken all of UBC Sauder's courses, many of the concepts are shared through storytelling and talking to people and asking questions. We started off this unit by highlighting Stuart McLean's work and his storytelling legacy. What made him such a powerful storyteller were his listening skills, his interest in other people. We'll talk about those qualities in our last unit, Advanced Skills. But for now, I want you to think not just about your own stories, but how you can tap into other people's as well, without appropriating them, of course. When presentations are packaged in a story framework, your ideas become downright unstoppable. Stories help an audience visualize what you do or what you believe. Sharing experience in the form of a story creates a shared experience and a visceral connection with your audience. Nancy Duarte. This quote from public speaking guru Nancy Duarte emphasizes how important stories can be in your presentations. But there are a couple of things to keep in mind when you're using storytelling in your oral communications. Let's review them now. Use a simple storyline with a beginning, middle, and end. Tell the audience the story how they're used to being told. Limit characters. Your audience can't flip back and keep track of all these characters. Only name them when it's really important. Exaggerate in your delivery. Think about how people tell stories to children. Try and use some of those tactics, except when it's inappropriate. Show, don't tell. Provide description and details to bring your audience into the scene. Practice, but don't memorize. You're telling a story to connect with your audience and tap into their empathy, their emotions. If you're a robot, you're not going to do this. But also, if you don't remember what comes next, you're going to lose them. Before standing up in front of your professional audience, try telling the story to a few friends first. Active listening is the basis of good communication. Any kind of advanced communication, like mediation or counseling, it starts with learning how to listen properly. Have you ever tried to have a conversation with someone who's playing on their phone, or someone who's more interested in the other people in the party than speaking with you? Think of active listening as the opposite of that. It's not just taking in information from another person. It's looking at external cues, body language, subtext, to understand the full message. People's words alone don't always communicate everything. Active listening means focusing on the other person, the person speaking. It's trying to understand underlying emotion. It's not thinking about your response as they speak. It's using your emotional intelligence to get a fuller understanding. Gerald Egan is a professor and management consultant. In the 1980s, he came up with an acronym that helps us remember the physical aspects of active listening. SOLAR. This is what it stands for. Squarely face your audience. Maintain an open posture. No folding your arms here. Lean toward the speaker, keep eye contact, and relax. It's pretty hard to open up to someone when they're tense and rigid. These are the physical ways you can signal to someone that you're really focusing on them. But there's also an active component to active listening. It's using your words to draw out more information from the speaker. It also helps the speaker clarify his or her emotions, and often it improves understanding between the two parties. At the very least, it demonstrates you're following along with what they're saying and their train of thought. The readings do a nice job of outlining the different tactics of active listening, but let's review some of them now. Asking open-ended questions is a good place to start. These are questions that have more than a yes or no or a one-word answer. Here's a really basic example. Ask someone, "How are you feeling?" instead of, "Are you sad?" We ask more closed questions than we realize. Next time you talk to a friend, practice asking open-ended questions. They draw out information and show that you're fully invested in the answer. You have space, time, and capacity to listen to the response. Paraphrasing. This is stating back what the speaker just said using different words. It shows you're understanding what's being said, or at the very least, you're attempting to. The beauty is, if you get it wrong, the person's going to tell you. If someone says, "I don't get her at all. She keeps changing her mind. One minute she's saying to do this, the next thing I do, she wants me to do the opposite." A way to paraphrase that information would be to say, "So she really confuses you?" This leaves room for clarification as well. Summarizing is a particularly useful skill at work, especially in meetings. Think of it as extended paraphrasing. It's taking the main points, themes, and feelings and reiterating them in a clear, coherent way. Have you ever been in a meeting where this didn't happen? Everyone gave updates, thoughts, shared their problems, and then it just ended? It probably didn't feel like a productive use of time. A simple statement like this one can really make people feel heard. It also gives the team a sense of closure and forward movement. A number of good points have been made today in this meeting. Is it fair to say the main two major concerns are office space and anxiety over personnel change? I want you to start practicing these skills and the other ones discussed in your readings. They take time to perfect and to become natural. Start with friends and family first. Most importantly, put down your phone. I expect most of you have whipped off at least a dozen business emails already in your lives. You've probably read that many too. But I still think it's useful to review some of the do's and don't do's because email is such a prevalent form of communication. It's important to get it right. We'll start at the top, subject lines. The first tip here is to actually use them. I always used to forget until a boss told me she wouldn't read any of my emails unless they had a subject line. Subject lines help people prioritize their inboxes as well as save emails and sort through them later. It's also a chance for you to summarize the gist of your message. They communicate quickly. When you're drafting email subject lines, aim to be specific and as short as possible. Lead with the most relevant information first. Think about how it's going to appear in the recipient's inbox. Sometimes we can only see half a subject line if it's really long. It depends on layout or if they're reading on mobile. How are you going to use that prime real estate of the first 70 or so characters? Try not to yell at people over email. Caps lock should be avoided in your subject lines and in your emails generally. Don't repeat information in your subject. Aim to summarize. My last tip here is not to clickbait your recipient into opening your email, even if it's tempting. Does everyone know what clickbait is? I've included an article about this tactic in the optional reading section. It's used by websites like Distractify and Upworthy to get people to open an article by offering just enough information to make them curious. It often appeals to our emotions, but the content of the article doesn't usually match up with its headlines. We don't want to do this in our emails. We need to be genuine and accurate when we craft subject lines. Moving on to language. Email seems informal, but it's still important to write professionally. I suggest erring on the side of formality to begin with, and then taking cues from the other side. If your boss starts abbreviating things or replying without your name, you can too, but not before. Emails are read quickly. Focus on being extra clear and use short sentences. Let's avoid those disastrous semicolons here. But on that note, use proper punctuation. Always. Always. One more time. Always. You can highlight important information by underlining it or bolding it. Something like a meeting location or a reply by date. And don't use emoticons. I'm always shocked at the beginning of my semester how many students send me emojis. I love a good smiling sunshine as much as the next person, but these have to stay out of professional communication. Save your Bitmoji for your friends. Mine's pretty cute. It's hard to give tips on content because every email has a different purpose. But generally, you should be trying to preempt questions by giving all the information necessary or answering all the questions being asked of you. If you're writing to tell colleagues about a meeting, think through what they would need to know. Time, date, place, prep work. Lead with your objective up front. Clearly tell your recipient why you're writing. Think about your audience. What does their inbox look like? Who are they managing? What's on their plate? I'll get students at the beginning of the term writing to ask me about that assignment. Well, if I'm teaching 5 different classes and if I've given assignments in all of them, I don't know what they're talking about. Don't assume your recipient knows what you're talking about either, even if it's something you've been working intimately on. Always be specific and reference a document or project by its proper name in your emails. The same goes for attachments. If you've included one, Address why you've included it in the body of your email by its proper name, and then make sure the file has the same name. I would never send someone an attachment that simply says resume. Make sure it can stand alone outside the email, and then explain in the email why you're even sending it. If you're writing because you need some kind of immediate action, be really clear about when you need it by. There are just a few more things to think about here. If you're on an email chain, before you press reply all, take a look at who else is on the list and who's carbon copied. Really think through whether or not everyone needs to be included in your specific reply. Just because others have been replying all doesn't mean you need to contribute to the epidemic of inbox pollution. Generally, you should be responding to business emails within 24 hours during the week. You have some more leeway on weekends. Even if you don't have an answer to the email, simply write back and say, "Thank you, received it, looking into it." To end, let's talk a bit about privacy. I know I don't need to tell you this, but I'm still going to. Don't ever assume your emails are private. This goes back to channel selection in Module 1. If there's something really sensitive you need to say, it might be better to pick up the phone. Don't forward on inappropriate jokes, even if they're sent by someone else. And don't ever assume it's just your boss reading her emails. Often, executive assistants are the first in line to do so. Bottom line, don't email anything you wouldn't be comfortable seeing on the front page of the newspaper. There is no great writing, only great rewriting. Justice Louis Brandeis. Brandeis sat on the Supreme Court of the United States, and he was known as the Robin Hood of law. I've included an interesting article about his life in the optional reading section. Robin Hood is right. Professional writing comes through the editing process. But often people don't really know how to edit or what to even look for. I thought it would be useful to end the course going over these basics. There's no one right way to approach editing, but I like to break it into two discrete tasks: big picture and little picture, or macro and micro. We start with the big picture. Here we're focusing on the objective of why you're writing, your purpose, and whether your content supports these two things. This also works if you're editing someone else's work too. I find it helpful to work from a list of questions. Business Writing for Dummies has a comprehensive list. I've included the link to that text below. You can also come up with your own list. Big picture questions sound like this. Is my objective clear? Does my writing support my purpose? Is there anything missing from my argument? Are there unnecessary ideas that don't add to it? Have I supported claims and analysis with well-sourced facts? How would I react to this if I were the reader? Read through the document with these questions in mind. They'll help focus you and force you to think about your big picture approach. Then we move on to a micro-analysis. This is about looking at the language you've used and whether it's the best to express yourself and achieve your purpose. This is more along the lines of Orwell and his tips, things like avoiding cliches and using the active voice. Micro-editing questions sound like this. Is my writing simple and clear? Are there typos, spelling and punctuation errors? Do I use transitions between ideas? Have I used paragraphs? It can be really hard to see these micro edits. By the time you get here, you've probably started to memorize some of the actual text. Your eyes gloss over it, and you can't physically see the errors, especially things like typos. There are a few things you can do to avoid this. Give it time between drafts. I know we're all procrastinators, but even taking a walk around your office or getting a bit of fresh air is going to help give you some perspective. read the document backwards. This takes your sentences out of context and it lets you see little errors. Obviously, this only works for micro editing, not for big picture. Ask someone else to proofread. I'm a big advocate of having a few of these relationships in your life, especially at work. Find a colleague or two who will edit your work and you'll edit theirs. It's much easier to see grammatical errors and typos when you're reading someone else's writing. Read it out loud. This clues you into sentences that are too long, monotonous, or have the same sounds and words.